Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to do an Ego Takes the Stand episode. Our eyes are on Brendan Banfield. This trial happened a couple months ago, and we are going to be covering it as an Ego Takes the Stand. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's start. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Have a seat, get comfortable. We're turning our eyes to Brendan Banfield, and as a Ego Takes the Stand. So let's, who's with us today? Kimbers and YT Hazel, good morning to you both. Tammy, good to see you. Allison, welcome in. Anthony, Richard, good to see you guys. Downey Lynn, hello. Let's see, let me just scroll through here. JMS, good to see you. Hola, hello. Welcome in. Kathy, your new glasses keep falling down. Gotta get that sorted out, right? Brown Eyed Girl, good morning. Good to see you. There's Richard in the kitchen. Hello, welcome in. Never Policed Videos. Hello to you. Selena K, thank you for joining us. Lisa, good morning. Although I think it's Thursday, right? Today's Thursday. Good vibes only. Hello, Crazier Cat. Good to see you. Barry says, remember his lawyer pauses and buffers. It's not Comcast Pixies pressing pause. I can't believe what his client is doing either. Ooh, awesome. Can't wait for this. Aussie Gardner, hello. Hey, Mal, how are you? Love Ego. Yes. Carol, good morning to you. Green-Eyed Cat. Thirsty Thursday. Good to see you. Mel, hello. Deviant, good to see you. Fanny. Snap, hello. Welcome in. Stand for the truth. Welcome in, and thank you for joining us. Debs, good to see you. Betsy Jean. Debbie, thank you so much for your $4 cups of coffee. That's awesome. Top of the morning to you too, Mel. Joanne Jedi Platypus, hello. All right. You're a day behind. a day short. What's it? $1 short and a day late. Isn't that the saying? A day late, $1 short. Gina, good morning to you. All right. Linda, good morning. Welcome in. All right. Carol, everybody grab a seat. I think I got everybody. All right, so an Ego Takes the Stand. This trial took place, let's see, it ended February 2nd. So, what were we doing that we couldn't cover this trial? What were we doing so that we couldn't cover this trial that ended on the 2nd? Let's see, we were covering Paul Canero. We were in the heart of Paul Canero. We were day 12. When this verdict came in, we were day 12. All right, so when did it start? When did it start? We know it ended on the 2nd. Let's see. Was it January 29th? Is that when it started? Let's see here. Day 1. All right, January 13th. All right, so I got to make a note of that. So January 13th. So it was a long trial too. January 13th through February 2nd, 2026. All right, so January 13th. What were we doing January 13th? Oh, we were just starting Paul Canero. So Paul Canero, it was either Paul Canero or this trial. So we went with Paul Canero. So for those that are asking and wondering, we were covering Paul Canero during this time frame. All right, so let's get started. You know how we do this. We're going to do news reports first, and then we're going to get into the actual opening statements. But we have a lot of news to cover. We have a lot of news reports, kind of the backstory. Okay, so the date of this incident was February 24th of 2023. Brendan Banfield is the defendant. The victims are Christine Banfield, his wife, and Joseph Ryan. His charges are aggravated M, first degree M, and firearm charges. The judge is Judge Penney, Azcarate. Do we remember her from somewhere? Remember Judge Penney? Prosecution is Steve Descano, and defense is John Carroll, private. He's a private attorney. So on the morning of February 24th, 2023, police responded to a 911 call at the Banfield home and found 2 people not alive inside. Brendan Banfield's wife, she was 37, and a man, Joseph Ryan, who was 39. Brandon, who was 40 at the time, or I guess maybe he's 40 right now, claimed it was a home invasion. I think he's 40 right now. So that he would have been 37. According to prosecutors, Joseph Ryan was lured to the home. The scene was staged, and Banfield's version of events didn't line up with the physical evidence, digital timeline, or his own statements. What started as a supposed break-in quickly turned into something far more deliberate. All right, so that's the backstory. All right, so let's get to some news. Let's see what's going on with this trial, because I know nothing about this trial. So for those that have watched it, cool. For those that haven't watched it, let's watch it together, because I know absolutely nothing about this trial. Other than there's an au pair involved. I think that's all. Everybody was calling this the au pair trial, right? That's the only thing I know about it. Okay, while that gets sorted out, let's see who else has come in. Did Joanne come in? Are people saying hello to Joanne? There's Joanne. Joanne Jedi Platypus. Welcome in. All right, so this looks like a news conference or a press conference. Let's check this out.
Yeah. He's just talking about it. Good? Yeah. I give a thumbs up.
Good. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, good evening, and thanks for coming back for this update. I appreciate the patience of not only the local media, but the community as well. So thank you all for your patience and understanding as we continue to work through this scene. I do have some updates, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions that I can answer, but please understand that we're still here investigating, we're still here collecting evidence. There's a lot of work that is yet to be done, but we're dedicated to accomplishing that work, to hold the person or persons accountable for this vicious, brutal attack. Just a horrible incident that's upset, obviously, this entire community. This morning at 7:49 a.m., we received a cell phone 911 call that was an open line hang-up. When we get the cell phone 911 calls, it doesn't give us an exact address, but that call was captured and noted And 13 minutes later, at 8:02 a.m., we received a cell phone 911 call from the very same cell phone, and two persons communicated with our 911 call taker. The husband of this home, who I am not going to identify beyond identifying him as a husband, and the au pair who resides in this home, who I am not going to identify beyond describing her as an au pair. At that 8:02 911 cell phone call, the husband and the au pair communicate with the 911 call taker. The husband tells the 911 call taker that he just shot a man inside of his home, and the husband tells the 911 call taker that the man who he had just shot had stabbed his wife. At 8:03, police officers were dispatched to the scene, and Fairfax County police officers arrived at 8:10. I'll describe the two persons who are deceased. One was pronounced dead inside the home. The other was transported to a local hospital and pronounced dead. The male decedent, who was found dead inside the home, shot to death. First name Joseph, middle name Nathan, last name Ryan. Joseph Nathan Ryan, all common spelling. He's 39 years old. The female decedent, who was stabbed inside the home, transported to a local hospital, pronounced dead at the hospital, her name is Christine Ann, A-N-N, no E, Christine Ann Banfield, B-A-N-F-I-E-L-D. Christine Banfield is 37 years old. There were two other adults inside the home during this time frame. The two other adults inside the home I previously described as the husband, and I previously described as the au pair. There was a 4-year-old child inside the home who obviously we're not identifying. She is unharmed, and she is with the Fairfax County Police Department right now. We still have a lot of work to do to identify who exactly, we have to prove it, who exactly shot and killed our male decedent, Joseph Ryan, and who exactly stabbed Christine Banfield to death. We know what our 911 caller, the husband, told us, but we have a lot of work to do to substantiate that claim, or to otherwise identify the person responsible for that crime and both crimes. So I'll pause here and take any questions. You look like you're ready to ask me the first question.
Thank you for this. Do you know what this man was doing at the home?
No, we do not. He does not live here. I stated at the earlier press conference that there was no forced entry whatsoever. This is not a home invasion. He appears, well, here's what I can say right now with certainty. He did not force entry into the home. And I don't know exactly what the nature of his presence in the home is all about just yet, but we're working hard to determine that.
Do any of these people know each other?
Well, the female decedent is obviously married to her husband, who was the 911 call taker. The female decedent obviously lives in the same home as the au pair, so the three of them live in the home together. The female decedent, the husband, and the au pair. The fourth adult in the home is the male decedent. I'm not going to say much more about him at the moment, but we don't think he is necessarily a stranger, but we're still working to determine more facts before we describe him any further.
He was not in a relationship with the
We don't know.
Do we know what led up to this, the possible motive?
We don't know. We're working really hard to figure all that out. This is one of those press conferences where you're going to be frustrated with what you might describe as a lack of specificity from me. We don't know a lot of things just yet, and we're working really hard to find them out. Tragedy that the two people were killed inside that home. There were two other persons inside the home, obviously the husband and the au pair, and we're characterizing the husband and the au pair for now as present and involved. The husband and the au pair, we know, were present and involved, and we're working to determine exactly what that means.
Are they being questioned right
The husband was treated at a local hospital for a minor injury that he told us he had to his leg, and the husband has elected not to speak to Fairfax County detectives. The au pair is speaking with Fairfax County detectives right now. Olivia, and then you. I'm sorry. The first 911 call came from what we now know to be the au pair's cell phone. When we get that 911 call from a cell phone, we don't unfortunately get an exact address, but that 911 call was an open mic. Nothing discernible on that call. It was a quick hang up. We noted that call 13 minutes later from the same 911, from the same cell phone. A 911 call was made, and on the phone was first the au pair communicating with us, and then she apparently handed the phone to the husband. The husband communicated with us, and that's when the husband told us that he shot and killed a man inside of his home, and that's when the husband told us that the man who he shot and killed was stabbing his wife.
And Josephine Ryan, where's he from?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, can we say how Ryan got into the home?
We can't say that right now, but we do know that there's no forced entry, and there's a lot of folks in this neighborhood. It's a quiet residential neighborhood. We're continuing to canvass. We ask anyone with information about this to contact us. The easiest way is 1-866-411-TIPS. But again, like I mentioned at the start of this morning's press conference, there's no continuing threat to public safety or this neighborhood whatsoever, and there's no one who is unaccounted for.
Was one of the 4 vehicles that were removed from the scene that of Mr. Ryan's?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to describe the vehicles that were here or the vehicles that were taken, and all the vehicles are subject to our crime scene investigation, so I'm not going to get into which vehicles were taken or not.
Do you know how long the au pair
I don't. The au pair is, I'll tell you how old she is. She's 22. The husband that I'm only identifying, the husband is 38. The au pair that I'm only identifying as the au pair is 22. And I don't know how long she's been employed by the family, and I don't know how long she's lived at the residence, but we're working to find that out.
How would you categorize how the husband and the au pair sounded on that 911?
I'm not ready to categorize how they sounded. I appreciate that question, but that's all subject to our investigation right now. They're important pieces.
Chief, we're hearing that the husband, obviously he had a gun accessible, that he may be a member of law enforcement. Can you go as far as confirming that?
Yeah, the only thing that I want to continue to characterize the husband as is the husband, the one who got on that 911 call. He resides here. He's 38 years old. I'm not prepared to talk about his place of employment at the moment. I'm sorry? I do not know if Ryan had been to the home before or not.
Could you describe the husband's injuries that brought him to the hospital?
No, the husband claimed a minor injury to his leg. I'm not sure about the exact nature of that leg injury, but it was minor, and he was released. I think I'm sure I just mentioned the fact that after the husband was released from the hospital, he was afforded an opportunity to speak with Fairfax County detectives, and he declined to speak with Fairfax County detectives about the death of his wife.
Is he being held in custody right now?
No, he's an involved person right now. He is not charged. He is not accused. He was present at the home. He was involved, and we're continuing our investigation. And the status of folks may change over time, but right now he was present inside the home and involved, and that's all we have right now. Olivia. I'm sorry. Well, the child was never necessarily in custody. But we're taking care of the child. We're working with other family members to make sure that child's cared for, and we're going to do what's right by that child. The truest victim of all is that 4-year-old.
Is that little girl the child of the husband and wife?
Yes, we believe the 4-year-old little girl is the child of the husband and our female decedent. Yes, sir.
Is it unusual for a relative of a homicide victim to decline to speak with detectives? Is that unusual?
Well, I don't want to characterize it beyond saying that we gave the husband an opportunity to talk to our detectives about the death of his wife, and he declined to speak with us. I think I'll just leave it at that.
Do you know up to what time it will be active scene?
Well, I don't know. We're going to be here as long as it takes for us to thoroughly investigate and gather evidence. And again, our apologies to the community at large, but we have to spend the time here to get this right. We are going to get this right, and the person or persons accountable, responsible for this heinous crime, will be held accountable. I promise you that.
Chief, two questions for you. Did Ryan have any prior contacts with law enforcement, and do you believe multiple people were responsible for this right now?
So the question, and I'm always asked to repeat your questions because some of the listeners can't hear it. So I don't know anything about Ryan other than what I've described. And part two of your question was?
Do you believe multiple people were responsible for this?
I think the person or persons responsible for this are already known to us. We just have to sort out who was responsible for what, and we have to sort out the exact nature of Mr. Ryan's presence inside the home. So we're sorting through all that right now.
Mr. Ryan acted alone?
I'll just respond to that by saying we believe that all the persons responsible for what happened here today are known to us, and were inside the home. Again, 2 inside the home are dead, and the other 2 persons were present as well.
Chief, is there any speculation where your investigation is taking you that there was a relationship between the husband and the au pair?
Well, if I speculate, I probably shouldn't have this job. No, we're not in the speculation business. We have to gather facts. We have to interview people, and we have to do it by the numbers. Certainly, a double murder in a quiet community like this one is unusual, and it's upsetting to everyone. I get it, and we're going to work really hard to get the facts. And once we get the facts, we're going to work with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, and they're with us every step of the way, and seek justice in a way that honors the victims and the 4-year-old, Olivia.
Previously asked, but have calls service ever came to this house before?
I don't know. That's a good question, and we can get that for you afterwards.
Chief, do you know if the gun was registered to any one person?
I don't know anything yet about the gun.
Where's the au pair from?
I don't know where the au pair is from.
The victims, you tell us more about the victims. Right now she was alive, but she was taken to the hospital.
The female victim sustained fatal stab wounds. The male victim sustained fatal gunshot wounds. I'm not going to get into where or how many just yet, because that's all privy and important pieces of the investigation that detectives need to carry out their duties and responsibilities.
Chief, did the male in the house who fired the gun, did he claim that he was trying to save his own life, save his wife's life, as to why he shot the male who was deceased?
I don't know. I'd certainly like to ask him that, but he's not talking to us.
Chief, anything you'd like to say to the folks out here in this neighborhood when you're waiting? It's been a very difficult morning, day, electing night for them.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, and thank you all for your patience and your understanding, and being with us every step of the way. Any tidbit of information that anyone has, even if it's seemingly not important, is important to this overall investigation in some way, shape, or form. So I can't thank everyone enough who's already stepped forward, and anyone who's out there hearing news of this tragic event, who knows anything about the decedents or other folks. We'd certainly like to hear from them as well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you all for coming out. We'll be sure to keep you updated. You can also follow us at Fairfax County PD, and we'll make sure to keep in touch with you. We'll be updating you as much as we can throughout the weekend, so you won't be offline.
Later today there will be more updates, or this is pretty much?
All right, so that's the initial news report. Wife stabbed. Don't know how many times yet. Some random guy shot. Don't know how many times yet or where. Husband is, I guess, in custody, but not talking. And then there's an au pair. And then there's a 4-year-old. There's a 4-year-old female, 4-year-old little girl involved. So, and that was February 24th, right? So that was so let's go straight to the body cam. All right, so here's the body cam.
Hey, can you check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check him out.
He's starting to break down a little bit. Can you give him a second? Don't touch anything else.
I'm not. Let me change my gloves up. We can get him out of here. Knife's there. Guns are on the bed. I got you.
We're gonna take him and stick him in the freezer.
Yeah, I gotta hook him up, guys.
Having a breakdown?
Yeah. Just give him a second.
I gotta put him on the monitor.
Yeah, go for it. Is she okay? So the fire department, they take over at this point? We're kind of just here. Is she breathing?
Yeah.
So again, they're down there. What I want to do is get
Just watch what you're kicking, please.
All right. Does that work?
I know what you got to do. I'm just.
If you can't walk, we can wait a minute. You need a minute?
I think. So you with Vienna?
My office is in Vienna, correct. Did you call my office?
No.
I need to call my manager at some point.
It's the least of our worries right now, man.
We're just going to get you in a cruiser outside in the air where you can breathe. You're okay, okay? You're not hurt?
I don't think so.
We'll check him out when we get him over to the car. Watch out, watch out.
Step off into the grass? Yep.
What's wrong with your right leg, sir?
I don't know, maybe just nervous.
Okay.
I'm going to be calling medics 436 to Reston Hospital.
Take some deep breaths, all right?
Can you sit down somewhere maybe? Is there a way to get an update? Right now.
They're handling everything from here. He doesn't think so. We haven't had a chance to really do a full inspection quite yet. If you guys want to check him out.
Yeah, we can do that.
He's just a little unsteady on his feet, though.
We can go put him in the ambulance
All right,
here.
let's do that then.
We're going to go ahead and check this gentleman out in the back of the ambulance, okay? We'll check this one, make a man. Where's my daughter?
I think she's out there with them, so. Is there anybody else in the house other than your daughter and the other female?
So she's an au pair, Manny.
Okay.
He lives with us.
But it's just the two of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter.
Just one sec. We're going to head around to this other door here, all right?
This way.
right now?
I just feel unsteady.
Okay. Were you hit with anything? A knife? Anything?
No, I took the knife. I took the knife from him.
Okay. All right. So you're not hurt anywhere. Is that not your blood, correct?
I think it's.
All right. You want to slip this jacket off for me so we can evaluate you real quick? I'm gonna have you kick your other foot up for me.
Yeah,
So you
I think
can
it's
off.
Yeah.
Pressure, all right. Banfield's going to be set up at Stablebrook Way and Silver Shirt Court. I'm just going to take your watch off for now, all right?
That's fine.
So I can see. I give it to the officer standing behind you. Where'd all this blood come from, do you know?
I was holding her neck.
Okay.
Crossings that need to be covered.
511 Bravo, I've got one up at House Tavern.
Taking her to the hospital right now. They're not going to have much of an update. They're going to take her to rest in the hospital, okay? Alright, I don't see any wounds on you. I'm just going to check you out. Would you like to run up to the hospital?
Can I be with her?
They're going to work on her when they get there. You wouldn't be able to see her immediately anyway. If you do choose to go.
Yes, I want to be with her.
Okay, then we'll take you up there for evaluation then, okay?
Sure. What's gonna happen to my daughter?
That I'm not sure. That's a
As of right now, I believe she's sitting with one of our officers until we figure out what all is going on.
Take it, man.
Say again that last crossing.
Hey Doherty, it's going to be Drainsville at 8:50 to 9:20, right there in front of the Kiss and Ride.
Let's get squeezed real tight. Alright, perfect. We'll take all that off then. Take it off, Zach. Okay. Squeeze his arm. Take this off for me, man. So just to confirm, nothing's bothering you right now, right? Physically, you weren't injured at all.
Anything hurting you at all, man? They're trying to find out so we can make sure we get you help too.
Yeah, doors going out of hill. You guys.
We're gonna need his
No, you're good. You're good. Put your hands down.
That's fine.
If not,
You're not gonna be able to have him in the hospital anyway.
yeah, let me have the wiper.
I have cuffs.
Okay. What department are you with?
Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Services.
Okay. It's okay. Those can stay for right now. That's fine.
Zach,
Yeah.
so before you roll, let them make sure they decontaminate what you have on you, okay?
Okay. I don't think I've got anything directly on me, but hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I've got mags in his watch. If you want to hold on to this.
What was that?
I've got mags in his watch. I'm gonna go with them to the hospital. Police department.
A bag.
I don't have an answer to that right now. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sure they'll give you an update as soon as they can. The question is, would you like to go with us or would you like to go with the police?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
If I can be with her, that's what I'm.
This is what one of the medics have, one of the bags the medics have.
What is he looking for?
Just a
I'm
plastic
assuming so,
bag.
Zach. Did we?
A what?
Plastic bag.
Just right now, did we search them?
No, I haven't searched them yet.
Go and stand up.
Sorry, man. It was just. It's fine.
I have.
You're good.
Sorry.
I know.
That's fine. Yep.
I'll leave his badge on him.
Brother, you know the procedure. We apologize.
It's fine.
Knives or anything on
No,
you?
that's my cell phone. Work cell phone. And personal cell
And you're with the
Treasury.
Okay. Did you get him a bag?
I don't know.
A bio bag? Do you have a bio bag?
Yes.
Anything on that side, Terry?
Yeah,
he's going.
Yeah, that's what he just. He's got his badge, everything on. I think there's a couple. He's treasurer special agent.
Zach, you gonna go?
Yeah, I'll ride with him. That's fine.
My badge and wallet is in my jacket.
Your badge is clipped on you, brother. We're gonna leave that on you, okay?
All right.
My credentials.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine. Just go ahead. You can sit back down. You're all right.
I'm gonna follow him down.
Okay.
I'll follow him down to the hospital.
Okay.
You're gonna be in the ambulance?
Yeah, that's fine. Unless Zach,
What would you
my iPad right there.
Zach, you got gloves on?
Yeah.
Put his here. Put his stuff in here.
I'll follow you guys down too, so.
All right. Whoever's driving my car that was acting.
We'll have to figure that out later.
Sir, was yours the Glock 19 with the TLR?
Mine has the light, yeah.
With the light on? Okay.
My other gun is my personal weapon.
Oh, that's the 43X?
Yeah.
So both those are yours?
Both of them are mine.
Okay, the ones that we saw on the bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Where do you guys need me at?
It doesn't matter to me. You can probably sit in the captain's chair right there if you're going to ride with us.
He's gonna go. I'll ride with you.
Yeah, just for evaluation. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, BLS good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you guys don't need anything else,
No, we're good. Yeah, go ahead.
we'll head out and we'll take the EMS captain and plug you up and meet him at rest.
Okay, yeah, command's terminated, so I'm out of here.
All right, yeah, we're good then.
All right, and we're gonna roll over to Reston Hospital then.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we're good, Zach. 2 to Reston. All right.
You going with me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we good to go or?
Yeah. To my knowledge, I'll double check real quick.
What's your first name?
D-R-E-M-D.
Hey, are we good to transport him to the hospital?
Last name?
D-A-N-F-I-E-L-D.
What's your date of birth?
2/23/85.
Hey, LT or Givens, are we good to transport to the hospital?
Any underlying medical conditions? Liver blood, hypertension, any cardiac issues? Taking medications for anything? Any allergies to any medications? No.
on TV, never
I don't know, man, to be honest with you. I don't see why it would be an issue, but I would hold off right now.
All right.
No way to get him up here.
No, not to make these get to the hospital. I wish I had more for you, but I don't. The hospital can't tell me anything like that over the phone. They know you're coming and they know your wife.
It's my wife.
They know your wife is there. So I'll be ready for you when you get there. out because we're here, okay?
Yeah.
I'll have you step back out this side door that we came in.
Yes. Go, sir.
Step down there.
Just wait right here for us. We're trying to find out what room to put you in.
Can I see her?
No, not yet.
Any motors on channel 3 or 5? 1.
Just take a seat on the bed for me.
Need anything back?
Where's the gutter?
She's still at the scene, sir. She's with the other officers.
Would you guys be able to ask someone else to bring some tissues? That's been nice.
Okay. We're still burning. Just a heads up. Body cams are still on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out of your way.
What's that one?
They said he wants to be evaluated, so.
Okay, no problem. Do you want, just grab a napkin? Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help, I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss.
Yes.
And so I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for certain. But
I was trying to apply pressure.
yeah, I mean those were enormous wounds, and it's not.
There were so many.
Yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not possible really to stop all the blood loss. And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline okay. She was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury. Is someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's safe. Yes, ma'am.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir.
These for him. And did you get hurt, sir?
big stuff.
Are you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
I think he put his arm on me at one point, but I don't think I'm hurt.
Yeah, sure. You have tissues here. You want to wash your hands? Probably feel better after that. Soap right here. I'm so sorry for your loss.
My wife is interested.
You wanted this to be checked out medically, right?
Sure.
And I have a bracelet with your name on it. Brendan Banfield.
Yes.
I'm just going to put this on here. Would you like me to call our chaplain? Would that be possible?
Yes, please.
It doesn't sound like you guys letting the person struck him once, but knowing that we need to do imaging or anything like that for.
Verify that his right leg's okay. He's been having some, said it's been feeling weird.
Okay. Since this morning or before?
No, since this morning. I think I'm just.
Would you be able to sit down for just a second? I'm just going to check your vital signs and make sure everything's
Can I have a tissue?
Yeah. Would you like me to get scrubs to change into?
Yes.
Hey there. You got it. Okay. So you're gonna feel a squeeze on your left arm. I'm just getting your blood pressure real quick, okay? I'm gonna check your oxygen level over here. So what's been going on with your right leg since this happened? You feel like it's hard?
It's like I'm having spasms right here.
I see. Okay. And where did the person hit you?
I only remember my arm.
Okay. Okay. Once you change into the scrubs, I'll just look you over there. But I see that you're walking and bearing weight. If anything, it's a bruise, or like he said, you have a muscle spasm because of the stress. I'm gonna harm your fingers. Kind of a little bit. I'm gonna let you get changed and get settled, alright?
Yes, yes.
You want to get them? You can get them right.
Is that the ambulance? Yeah. Okay, you already switched out the linen and stuff on the cot, is that okay? Or? I guess so.
been taken to headquarters, so they're both accounted for. They're okay, so. Yep.
I'm gonna have to step out. I have to go get bags, phone, and all that.
It's all right there.
When he changes.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see if I have any paper bags.
Alright.
Can I call my mom? At this point, we can't let you do that because we still have to investigate exactly what happened. Once the detective shows up and kind of talks to you, that's when we can let things, they'll kind of explain a little bit more in depth. We're not going to ask you any questions about what happened, but what we do have to do is take photos of you in the clothes that you have on, so before you change in the hospital gown, and then we're going to have to take your clothes as well for that evidence. So we're going to do it, there's no easy way to do it, but kind of the easiest way possible. So I'm just going to have to go get my county phone so we can get everything documented, and then basically it should be a segment for the detective out to kind of come and ask you what exactly happened, because we're not going to have you go over it numerous times and let them do it all. Okay? I understand. Okay. I'm going to go see if I can find some.
I know. Okay. I got you.
My wife's parents are on their way to my house at some point today.
Like Officer Baumler told you, man, as soon as we're able to, we'll let you make phone calls.
Yeah, I don't know what time they're coming. I know they are coming, but I don't know what time.
Okay. I understand.
You said someone needs to take pictures?
Yes, sir.
Before they change?
Correct.
Okay.
He's out going to go grab his county phone. Mine's all back in my cruiser.
I figured. I didn't know if you guys need a brown bag.
I think he's getting one, but if you have one, that would be helpful. Just bear with us for just a second.
Just blowing my nose.
Yes, sir. No, I understand. The ER staff has brown bags if you can't find one.
Yeah, just have them get a couple because we have to individually bag it.
Direct.
Is Valerie at least with Juliana?
I believe so, yes, sir. I don't see why they would have them separated at this time. Hey, boss. Can you see if they can bring me a couple brown bags, the paper bags?
Okay.
Thank you.
you want coffee, tea?
I'll have some water.
I'm gonna see if Cramsey is gonna be coming this way soon, so we don't do it on the phone, but if not, next on caption is gonna be the way to go.
Okay, bro.
We need more.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool.
I gotcha.
See what happens. We have crime scene detectives coming out, and they'll be the ones to take all the photos and all that instead of us doing it on phones. So that way, they're on the way now, so they should be coming in the next couple minutes.
I understand.
Okay. Do you need like a bottle of water or something?
I think someone's got it.
Okay, I was just trying to inform. You have any other questions for us I might be able to answer right now, man?
Do we know who the person is?
I don't think he's been identified yet.
I can honestly say that we would not know that information. And at this point, even if we did, we probably couldn't get that information to you. That'd be the detectives that would let you know that.
Certainly, other unit. This is going to be an EDP call.
10-4, 331 Bravo. Can you start?
My name is Betty. I'm a patient advocate, also chaplain, guest services. And is there anything I can do for you right now?
Can we say a prayer for her? Can we say a prayer for my wife?
Say a prayer for your wife. Absolutely. What is her name?
Christine.
Christine?
Yes.
No, we have crime scene detectives who take photos and take photos. They'll be here in a few minutes.
She's got some water.
Thank you.
Do you have a specific faith community?
Episcopal.
Gracious and loving God, come before you today in great distress. Lord, we ask that you be with Christine and with her husband here. We ask that you surround her with your love, that she might feel that and know that you are with her. Lord, we ask that you heal as only you can. We don't always understand your healing ways, but just ask that you be with her. And be with her husband now in such distress. Watch over him, surround him with your love. Let him feel the warmth of that love. Carry him through not only today, but days and weeks to come. Lord, we're a family of friends who can support him this time. Please let them open their hearts and arms and provide that loving support that is so much needed. This we ask in your name. Amen. say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Give me my card. And I'm here all day. And I'll be glad to come down whenever you need. And just ask me. Do you have other tissues?
There should be a few boxes of them around here for him now.
I'll be glad to come anytime. You have a lot to process in the morning. Need some time alone, but you want me to say. As I say, I'm here all day.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike Hanganiel. I'm one of the detectives. My colleague, Detective Bryant back there. And Detective Hampton. I'm so sorry to meet you under these circumstances.
So sorry to meet you under these circumstances, and it cuts out. All right, so that was obviously Brendan's body cam of the day that this happened, which was February 24th of 2023. Now, next up, this is, we're going to show the au pair's body cam from the same day. So let's check this out as we follow the story.
People upstairs.
Let's see what she says.
I'm sorry. What's going on this morning?
I was going out.
It's okay. Take a breath. It's okay. Take a minute. Okay. You want to sit down somewhere?
I just need water. And I saw this car, a strange car, and I called her. Why the car is here? I don't know who it is, but it was a straight to voicemail, so I couldn't talk to her. And then I called Brendan, her husband.
Okay.
And then he said, wait for me, I'll go there. Don't go inside. And then he came back here. And we went inside. And then we went upstairs first, and then I went to see what's going on. And I heard the guy was, I don't know who.
It's okay.
I don't know what he was doing. It's spanking her. I don't know.
You was what?
It's spanking her. I heard, I don't know, what was that?
It's okay. You want me to see if I can try to get you some water? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if there's anyone. Just wait 1 minute, okay? Hey, do you guys have any bottled water I could give to a witness? No? All right, thank you. They don't have any water. If you give me a couple minutes, I'm sure I can find someone that has some, okay?
I don't know. I'm anxious.
Okay, so you live here?
I'm Penney. I'm a pair.
You're an au pair? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay.
It was a lot of blood. And we're seeing that.
It's okay. I know it's traumatizing. You're okay. Take a minute.
I'm dizzy.
Okay. Do you need an ambulance?
Huh?
You want to be seen by the ambulance crew?
Huh?
Do you want to be seen by the ambulance crew? No, okay.
No, I'm just...
Okay. It's okay, it's the blood rush. It's the adrenaline. Okay.
Just make sure the okay.
She's okay. She's with one of my
She
officers.
doesn't deserve that.
No, she doesn't. Neither do you. She's okay though. She's safe. Okay, she's not seeing any of this. So lives here? Okay.
Yeah, she's her daughter.
Who is the gentleman that just walked out?
Huh?
Who's the gentleman that just walked out?
It's Brendan. He's her husband.
He lives here?
Yeah, we all live here.
Okay. So you live here as well, but you're here in au pair?
Yeah.
Okay.
We want to see if there's more medical equipment.
Okay.
Oh, there's some right here. All right, am I allowed to come in and grab that? All right.
Okay. So, all right. I'll ask you again in a few minutes. I'll give you a minute, okay? It's okay. It's okay. Let's take a nice deep breath, okay? Go. And out. We gotta slow your breathing, okay? It's okay. Take a nice deep breath in. Okay. You need to slow your breathing a little bit. That's gonna help you feel better. Next, take a nice deep breath in with me.
Yeah, everyone else keep pretty much afterwards, but I can get it from
the blood.
Okay. I understand. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look up the pad and make sure they
You want to take a nice deep breath in with me? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
If you need anything, we'll be here for a little bit. Trying to tighten stuff up, so. All right.
That feel a little bit better?
Food for you? Yeah.
You're okay.
Can I say?
You want to go see? I'll take you to her. I'll take you to her.
I'm just worried.
Okay. She's okay. Okay, let's go see. Make sure she's okay. Okay? She's down here with Officer Batani. She's safe. Okay?
I'm dizzy.
Does anyone have a bottle of water we can get her?
I have orange juice in my car. I was drinking a little bit of it, but she doesn't want to drink it after me. I might.
Okay.
Where is
I last saw her up here on the curb. I'm not sure where she went. We'll find her, okay? She's okay. She's safe. She's not hurt. Okay?
Where is Brendan? Where's that?
ALT. You'll be there for a second.
Yeah, I know.
We can get a nice place to sit down and continue.
Do you want me?
Where is Brendan?
Where do you want me to take it?
Just bring up one of the cruisers. I know Brendan's in one of them.
Okay.
But somewhere she can just sit down.
Yeah. Take a breath. Do you want to sit in this red car right here?
I want to be next to
Okay. I'm gonna try to find. I'm not sure what car.
I hate so many cars.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find. Okay, so you can check on her. Hey, do you know where Batani's car is?
Yes, sir. Where's Brendan?
Brandon's sitting in one of these police cars. I'm sure they're giving him some water and trying to help him calm down a little bit. Here you go, man. Here's some water.
I'm getting a help, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. There you go. There you go. Okay, you're okay. You're safe here. We're gonna work through this. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay too.
I hope so. What about Christine?
She's gonna be okay too, okay? She already went to the hospital. Okay?
Yeah.
She's getting the best care they can give her. Okay, she's going up to, I think she's going up to Reston Hospital. They're a very good trauma hospital, okay? They do this kind of thing all the time. Okay?
Okay.
You're okay. You're okay. You're safe here. All right? Okay. All right, let's go up here and let's see if we can find. Okay? Let's see if we can find. Just watch your step here, all right? You're okay.
I need to calm down.
Okay. We'll find. All right, you can give her a big hug. Okay. Hey, do we know where the little girl went?
Yes.
I last saw her with Penney.
With Penney. Yeah.
Okay, I'll check with him. You're okay. Where is it?
Terrible.
There she is. Okay. You can give her a big hug. All right, I'll hold your water for you when we get up there. She's okay. All right, I'll give you a minute to talk with her.
I don't know what to tell her.
You don't have to tell her anything, okay?
Appreciate it. I'm gonna get out of here.
You just give her a big hug, tell her she's okay?
Wait, she's gonna ask what happened.
Okay. So you don't need to tell her just yet, okay? You don't need to tell her anything.
Okay.
Okay? It's probably better if you don't. Okay? Now, hold your water. Oh, I'm sorry, I got your... Go ahead, give her a big hug, okay?
Going to yours today, tonight? Wow.
Does she see anything?
She didn't want to get in the cruiser soon. I didn't want, that's why I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, she's still a big girl.
She is.
You guys can sit together. Yeah, you want to get out of the wind? You guys can sit together. It's okay. You guys can sit together. It's okay. Just so you're not out in the cold. We can just undo that. Here you go. I know they're weird seat belts, but you guys can sit together. Okay.
We'll leave a door open for you, okay? We'll leave a door open for you guys, or you want to shut it? I don't want you guys to get trapped in here, okay? Okay, you want your water?
if you need anything. I'm going to give you a few minutes, okay? So what she told me was that so she's the au pair. She lives here. Oh, okay. I guess Brandon is the husband. Or the daughter? Yeah, she's the daughter of Brandon. I don't know who. I guess there's a wife and then there's someone else there. So I guess she went for a walk and she came in. She said they went upstairs and someone was slapping someone else or slapping someone else. And then the person. Gentlemen? Sorry, hey, y'all. The person that was hitting the wife. Going back and forth. And the guy with the gun shot the other. So this is a third party. So that's having a third party.
Assuming there was a couple.
Yeah, so it's a husband and wife, and a child that was.
It is third person.
Yeah, so there's a third party.
So the person was shot.
I guess. I didn't really get the full story. She's very upset. She can't really give me much right now.
So we had everybody right now?
Huh?
Do we have everybody?
Yeah, so I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, can we help you?
Ma'am.
Can we help you?
Can we help you?
We're just trying to figure out if everybody's okay.
Everyone's okay. Can we just have you go back to your home, please? Thank you.
You guys doing okay? I know it's a little tight back there. Alright, we're right here if you need anything, okay? You just let us know. That was quick.
Well, they were probably on the station.
Well, he's in
He's probably on his way to work.
He's arrested.
Is he a homicide or what?
Yeah.
Do we have a 1061 here? You know?
This one left good quick. Everyone changed.
Yeah, it seems.
So we sure we got everyone accountable.
I didn't even go in the house.
No one was out back. The deputies searched the left side of them. But there was a husky in the back that was allowed in, but there was no one else.
I understand that, but do we know for sure there's only 2 people in the house? There's only 2 people involved. Or there's actually 3 people involved. Everyone accountable means like everyone involved is accountable.
It sounds like there were 3.
That's what I'm saying. The way it's basically, you were telling me it sounds like 3 people involved. There's 3 people inside the house right now. Yes?
Well, they brought a male out. His name was Brandon. He was the husband. And then before I got here, they had people in the ambulance already, so I don't know how many people they brought out in the ambulance.
I mean, I'm not sure. If they said accountable, this is accountable. Because the West South Side, so it's supposed to be 3 people.
I think they had 2 in the ambulance by the time I got there. Coming all the way down from
So whoever was calling.
I don't know, because they say it's all accountable. So the way it sounds like it should be 3 people in the house.
They said they walked the husband out. They put him in a cruiser.
Okay. So it's 1.
Yeah.
Put him in a cruiser. Yeah. So one person stabs the wife. Right?
Yeah. I'm assuming she's in the ambulance. There were 2 ambulances in the driveway.
Okay, so
one rushed off. Yeah, I'm assuming they both went.
Okay, so 2 people in the ambulance and 1 person going to the hospital.
Yeah.
I assume. I don't know. L2 said it was everyone in Colorado, so I assume.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to say gunfighter either, and she was still warm.
Get her name to collect herself on and try to get her. At least get her info. Or for a name. She's a witness. I couldn't get money from her.
Just make sure she's fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to get her info to just give it to her. I'm gonna have No. I was just gonna get her info. That's it.
We would have to do that. Just get an agent.
Yeah. I didn't get her now.
You guys need them up there? No, I think 1 person back here that can monitor any traffic coming in and out. Alex?
I'm with the kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, of course.
2 witnesses here.
Hey, do me a favor. Sarge, once this road completely shut down, can we pull our cruisers across right there? We're just gonna hold it.
You want me to move mine?
Whichever.
I said my SUV's back there.
Let's block out the intersection, just that people, local traffic.
I was gonna say, if my SUV is the one with the lights on back there, if you want to move that one.
Pull it out your side. Let's get 2 cruisers.
Okay. I got one for Obama, gave her one. I got you. I know Brandon's in one of the police cars. He's okay. I think they're just kind of letting him collect himself a little bit as well. Okay? We're going to get this all sorted out. Alright. You want to take some more deep breaths with me? Let's breathe in through our nose. Exhale. Okay, let's do one more. Breathe in. Okay. How's doing?
Just putting our cruiser right.
You doing okay? All right.
What's your name, man? Yeah. Juliana?
This all sorted out. Yeah. Just want to wait. I'll move it across the intersection. It's just right back here. Pete moved one already.
I know, I'm saying that. I say Pete might be leaving.
Oh. Well, then I'll move mine if he needs to go. Huh? I don't know why we have 4 officers.
That's Gibbons.
We have 2 witnesses in this one, the au pair and the little girl. So we're just kind of letting them chill out for a little bit. They're very shaken up.
Okay. And yeah, we got the little block of face card.
Yeah. We'll keep traffic out.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna send him pick here. What's up, man?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Here comes another one. Just rolled up. I didn't look at the car name. Sounds like it might be. He said he was shot. Self-defense type, What hurt?
okay?
It's okay. Hey, Julian.
It's gonna be okay, okay? You're okay. It's all good. It's all good, Julian.
Do you want me to call you an ambulance so they can come check on you? No? It's not a problem to get him out here.
Yeah, it's not.
You're okay. I know you're going through a lot right now. It's gonna be okay. Alright? Okay. Alright? You're okay.
That's all that matters, right?
Okay, you guys are together. Okay, you guys are safe here.
It's gonna be alright, Juliana, okay?
You're okay. You're okay. How old are you? You're 4? You're big for a 4-year-old. Do you go to preschool? Yeah, you go to preschool? Do you like going to school? Yeah, you got lots of friends there? You have fun? That's good. You're very brave, you know that? And you didn't do anything wrong. Okay? None of this is your fault. Okay? You're gonna be okay. Brandon, he's in one of the police cars. I'm not sure where he is. I saw him walk out. He walked out all by himself. Okay, he was walking on his own. He's okay. He's okay. Okay. If he was hurt, he would be in an ambulance. Okay, so he's not hurt, so he's in a police car. Just kind of letting him relax, kind of collect his thoughts. All right, he's okay. And when I saw him walk out, he didn't have anything on him. Okay. He's kind of like you. I'm sorry?
He didn't get hurt, right?
No, I don't think he was hurt. If he was hurt, he would be in an ambulance going to the hospital just to check him out. Okay, so I think he's okay. It's just standard that we keep people separated so we can get the clearest story, that's all. Okay? It's not that he's in trouble or anything, alright? We're gonna work through that. I'm sure he's fine, but I'm sure he's scared just like you.
Yeah.
It's traumatic. It's okay. We don't have to talk about it right now. Okay? Hey, what's your favorite TV show? You doing okay? You want to stand up? That's fine. Come on out. Stretch your legs. It's okay. You're okay. You lean on the car if you want. You can find out too. It's okay. Okay. You guys are doing okay. Okay. Juliana, do you know her? Down here? She's calling.
Who is she? I don't know. Who is she?
Mom.
Don't let her talk to her.
Ma'am, she's okay.
She wants to come to our house, but she knows my son.
I was gonna say we're gonna have to talk with her for a little bit, but we appreciate the offer.
Okay, we're just right. You know where we live. If you need anything, just
Thank you, ma'am.
So the next steps for something like this, we want to make sure that both of you are safe. So what we have is kind of a safe location to take you. It's at our headquarters. Okay. It's a safe, like I said, it's like a safe location away from this. This is all we're trying to do. So,
What about Brendan?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What about Brendan?
I'm not 100% sure. They'll update me as we head over to the safe location, okay?
Brandon's probably going to go to the same location. He'll probably be in the same building.
I want to look for him.
Okay? He's okay. Like I said, he walked out to the car all by himself, all right? He's not going to the hospital, so that tells me he's not hurt. Okay, I'm sure he's very shaken up the same as you. Okay, it was a very scary situation. Okay? Are you taking both of them?
Yeah, both.
Okay.
So why don't I'm gonna have her ride in the back, and I'll have you ride in the front with me, or unless you both want to ride.
Why don't you let them both ride in the back?
I'll have you both ride in the back.
Yeah.
Or
So-
in the same car?
Yeah. I don't want to separate you. Okay.
So when you guys get there, there's comfy couches. We can get you guys some snacks if you want. There's a bathroom there you can use. Okay, we can put the TV on for a little bit.
Try and see if we can get you a drawing and some coloring books. And
Oh, they definitely got coloring books there. They got toys. All right.
We have to go and just stay in the house.
It's imperative for your safety. Like, we want you to be in a safe location. We want to know where you're at that way. And right now, it's closed off. We have to close it off.
I know.
It's okay. I know. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be scared. Okay? You're gonna be with alright? You guys are gonna take care of each other. Okay? And then I'm sure they're gonna have some very nice people there that will talk with you. Okay? They'll help you feel better. Okay? Can I help you? Okay.
I know him.
Okay.
Alright, why don't we go in the back of the crib?
Okay.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. So that way we can
You guys are okay. Alright, you guys aren't in any trouble or anything,
no.
okay?
No,
This is very normal after this kind of situation happens, okay? We'll help you guys with the seatbelts, because I know the seatbelts are kind of weird. So the seatbelt's on the other side. It just buckles opposite, that's all. It's kind of weird.
All good? Yeah.
You're going to be okay.
I'm going to talk to Elvis. I'm supposed to cover the guys.
Okay. You guys are going to be okay, I promise. Alright? The place you're going is very safe. Alright? You can relax in a comfy chair, close your eyes for a minute if you want. Okay?
if Brandon's on the big airway.
He's going to be in the same building. I don't know if you'll get to talk to him, but...
I think it's just this in a little bit.
Okay. And we can bring that up, okay, and see if they can see each other, okay? That's Dad?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure we can make that happen.
Okay.
Okay?
All good?
All good.
Alright. All seatbelt it up?
Yep, they're good to go.
Alright. Like I said, we'll try and get you snacks and stuff when we get there, okay?
Okay, you guys are going to be okay. Alright. Bye. Very nice to meet you.
I'm just writing down this way I can keep track of everybody. I'll be on the 6th.
Yeah, that's fine. I got you.
All right, so that is the au pair. So yeah, again, no spoilers because I haven't seen this. I think a lot of people in chat haven't seen it. So let's just learn as we go along. And to my point, AWOL, if you want to give like just general observations, that's cool. But try not to because don't say, oh wow, I can't believe his lawyer did what he did versus his lawyer jumped on the table and shouted he's guilty. you know what I'm saying? Because we want to watch it. We want to watch it as if we've never seen it before. So if you can maintain non-spoiler, cool. And if you absolutely have to say a spoiler, shout it to the wind because we don't want to hear it. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, just let us enjoy this as we go along, as if I've never seen this. I really don't know much about it. I just know high level stuff. So all right, so now we're going to get back into some news. We have a few more news clips before we get to actual trial. So again, if you've been with us long enough, you know that we like to tell the story before we get to trial. Try to give as much background as we can. All right, so here we go. This is a little bit more news after we saw the body cam.
A lot to unpack with all of this. Police tonight telling us Joseph was somehow connected to Christine Banfield, the woman who lived here and was found brutally stabbed to death initially. Police had said Christine's husband had told them that he shot Ryan, but tonight a new twist in the case as the family's au pair is now charged with Ryan's murder.
I loved him.
Deirdre Fisher tells me her son, 39-year-old Joseph Nathan Ryan, was her best friend.
We spent countless hours on the phone. He would call me all the time. The level of our friendship, and not everybody gets to have that, and I was blessed with that as a parent.
On February 24th, around 8 a.m., Fairfax County Police say they received 2 911 calls from inside of this home on Stablebrook Way in Herndon. The first was a hang-up, but the second, they say, was from 23-year-old Juliana Perez Margulies.
A woman was on the phone stating that a friend of hers was hurt, and then a male got on the phone stating that an unknown male had entered his home and he had shot them.
Police described what they found as horrific.
They found Christine Banfield in an upstairs bedroom. She had been stabbed multiple times in the upper body, and Joseph Ryan, who had been shot multiple times in the upper body.
We've learned that Christine Banfield and her husband, who sources say is a federal law enforcement agent, lived in the home along with their 4-year-old child and Juliana Perez Margulies, their au pair. Joseph Ryan, police say, was somehow connected to Christine, but they wouldn't elaborate further. Investigators say Christine's husband is the one who initially told 911 he'd shot Ryan. But tonight, it's the family's au pair who's facing a murder charge for Ryan's death. His mother says she just wants justice.
I loved him beyond, and he was taken from me.
Katie, we obviously learned more about this investigation, but I think what's so frustrating is there's just still so much that we don't know.
Yeah, truly. And tonight we don't know why exactly Joseph was at this home or what his relationship was to Christine. We also don't know why Christine's husband initially said that he had shot Ryan, and what led police to determine that not only had he not, but that the family's au pair had. And finally, we still don't know who killed and stabbed Christine. No one has been charged with her death, and I can tell you police made a point tonight to say that just because they made an arrest, it does not mean that this case is closed. They are still piecing together why this all happened.
All right, so that was from October 20th. So this happened February. So that news clip was from October 20th. So February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So eight months-ish, about 8 months. So February 24th this happened. That news report was from October 20th. So February to October. All right, so here is a little bit more on Juliana. Is that her name, Juliana? I should start to know their names, right? Instead of just saying the au pair. Juliana. Did she say Mangalese, I think was her last name?
Brand new details in her story.
So it seems like they're focusing more in on her at the beginning than they are on Brendan.
We have been following closely in Fairfax County. We're learning more about an au pair charged with murder and what may have led up to the deadly shooting. Tonight, that au pair remains in jail after a judge denied her bond. This after several new developments on the case came out in court. Our Katie Lusso is here with the WUSA 9 exclusive. And Katie, we know you spoke with the mom of the man this au pair is accused of killing. What is she telling you?
Well, tonight, the mother of Joseph Ryan maintains that her son is the victim in all of this and that he would have never hurt anyone. We talked about the claims made by both sides, including one by prosecutors that he became involved with the family through an adult website. Tonight, a Herndon family's au pair, Juliana Perez Margulies, remains in jail. Her bond request denied at a hearing Friday morning. She's accused of shooting and killing Joseph Ryan. Her attorney told the judge that Ryan had stabbed Christine Banfield, her boss, that Banfield's husband, Brendan, an IRS agent, shot Ryan first, told Margulies to get a gun from his safe, and that she fired the fatal shots at Ryan because he was trying to get up. Ryan's mother says there's no way.
Joe never, at 39, had ever struck a woman or been violent with a woman. This is ridiculous. You don't just all of a sudden wake up and decide you're going to be a killer.
Prosecutors presented a different picture, saying that Ryan had responded to an adult website account that was made in the Banfield home.
Well, I think that's possible. Joe was an adult. He was allowed to do what he wanted to do. You don't get murdered for sexual activity between consensual adults.
Prosecutors said this was all part of a bigger plan for Christine's husband and the au pair to be together. They claim Margulies had moved her belongings into the primary bedroom and had put recent photos on a nightstand showing her and Christine's husband together. They asked for her bond to be denied because Magalhães, who's from Brazil, got a new passport after police had seized hers. They called her a flight risk. Her attorney said it was innocent. She didn't think she was facing any charges. The judge called it concerning and denied her bond. Ryan's mother says she wants justice for her son.
He was a good man. That's what I want him remembered as the beautiful person he was on the inside.
Now, there are still a lot of questions. So far, police have not said who they believe stabbed Christine to death. Police only saying this case is not closed. Now, we have everything we know so far up on right now on WUSA9.com, and you can be sure that we're going to be following this and bringing you updates as we get them.
All right, so I won't say her last name. I'll just go with Juliana? Is that her name? Juliana. All right. All right, so that's October of 2023. Now let's fast forward to September of 2024, almost a year later. Almost a year later. So a lot of twists and turns in this case, I guess. So this is a year later.
Klingen, who've worked tirelessly with their counterparts in the Fairfax County Police Department. I know that you will have many questions, but I want to caution you that I can't speak much further on specifics, as it is a pending matter, and no one at this podium today wants to do anything that will risk prejudicing a future jury. But suffice to say, we're extremely pleased that we've been able to bring this indictment, as this case has weighed heavily not only on the minds of the chief and I, but on the minds of our community. I hope that the family, friends, and loved ones of Christine and Joseph can find some solace in the knowledge that we're pursuing justice for them. Chief Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Toscano, and good evening. On February 24th, 2023, I stood in the middle of a cul-de-sac street in Fairfax County and described the deaths of two persons inside of a residential home. Now, 570 days later, we know the deaths of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield are both, in fact, murders. As you are aware, we charged Juliana Margalhães with the murder of Joseph Ryan on October 13th, 2023. She remains in custody and awaits an upcoming trial. As described by Mr. Toscano, we are today announcing aggravated murder charges against Brendan Banfield for the murder of his wife, Christine Banfield, and Joseph Ryan. To be clear, Brendan Banfield, then 38, and Christine Banfield, then 37, were married and living in a single-family home with their then 4-year-old daughter. Also living in the house was the family au pair, Juliana Margalhães, then 22 years old. Joseph Ryan, then 39 years old, lived in Springfield, Virginia at the time of his murder inside the Banfield home. Fairfax County police officers responded to a 911 call from within the home on February 24th, 2023. In an upstairs bedroom, we found Joseph Ryan deceased as a result of gunshot wounds and found Christine Banfield suffering from stab wounds. Christine was transported to a local hospital and pronounced dead. We recovered 2 firearms and a knife. We know Brendan Banfield and Juliana Margalhães, the family au pair, were involved in a romantic relationship at the time of the murders. I will not describe our victim Joseph Ryan's relationship with anyone involved in the case at the moment because this investigation continues. And like any criminal investigation, our probing of the facts does not end when an arrest is made. This much is clear. We have evidence to now allege that Christine Banfield's life was unlawfully taken and Joseph Ryan's life was unlawfully taken. We are very limited, as Mr. Toscano stated, in providing additional details to your many inevitable questions this evening. We will not try this case in a news conference, nor will we compromise the integrity of our ongoing probe and investigation. The detectives, prosecutors, and victim services specialists who still work tirelessly on this case know who they are. To the Benson and Ryan families, a special thank you for your patience and trust. and now we will do our best to take some of your questions. Yes, sir.
Chief, could you illuminate at all, or to the state's attorney on the new information that you received?
We could probably, I'll give that to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
This is sliding.
That's sliding off. I will be honest, I anticipated that question, and I wish I could give you that information, but I don't. I feel like that would compromise what we're trying to do here going forward. All I can tell you is that we did get new information due to the great work of the Fairfax County Police Department, and that information was very instrumental in getting today's indictment. But as to what that is, that'll come out in trial.
Two questions, which either one of you feel free to answer. First one is just which district circuit court will the suspect be in? And then the second question is just working so closely on this case for the past 570 days, as you both said, what does it feel like to now have a second arrest and what you can now determine as two murders?
Maybe I'll take the second part. Mr. Descana can take the first. This isn't over. We're not spiking the football. We're not celebrating. We're still in the midst of this journey within our criminal justice system and the families that are involved. But certainly the progress of this case over 570 days has been a result of the relentless work of prosecutors and detectives and crime scene detectives and victim services specialists, and the families have been unbelievably helpful and patient and trustworthy of both of our offices and the people doing this hard work. So we're not done, and there's a lot of work to do. But the jurisdictional question?
Yeah, all this is going to happen in Fairfax County Court. We anticipate that Mr. Banfield will get arraigned later this week in Fairfax County General District Court, and his trial will be taking place in Fairfax County Circuit Court. And to reiterate what the chief said, we're not finished yet. We still know we have more work to do, but I can tell you that this case has been something that's been on my mind. I know it's been on the chief's mind, my prosecutor's minds, since the day it happened. We've had meetings, discussions every week, and it's probably a day hasn't gone by that I haven't thought about the victims in this case. And I'm just glad that we're able to get to the point where we are now, where we have these multiple indictments, but we know that there's work ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you elaborate on what's happening at the home of the Banfield home as we speak? I know there's possibly a SWAT team, other police officers blocking off that area.
Yeah. We are executing a search warrant at his home. I'm not sure if that is still ongoing. I know that happened some time within the last couple of hours, but as a matter of routine in investigations of this nature, it's not abnormal to conduct a follow-up search warrant for additional evidence. That's why we're at the Banfield home right now, Katie. Yes, sir.
You mentioned the Banfields had a then 4-year-old daughter. Could you describe kind of what the last couple of years have been like for her care and where she is now, if she's taken care of? She's okay?
Yeah, she's okay, but out of respect for the families, and she's still a little girl, we're not going to go into what life is like for her, because people who care about her are ensuring that she is taken care of. Certainly, it's probably not an easy thing for any family to go through, but the right people are involved to make sure that she's taken care of. Yes, sir.
Sir, given that this has been a very puzzling double homicide for the public to ingest, and given that you say you can't shed any more light on it, is it safe to say that you totally understand now what transpired in the home that February day with this new information and with this indictment?
Well, I've been exposed to a lot of homicide investigations throughout my career. And I wish I weren't in a position to say that, but I have been. Certainly, and I think I shared this the day of the murder on February 24th, 2023. I suspected, I had a feeling that there was a lot more to what met the eye that morning. And certainly it has taken a road 570 days later where we are finally in a position to announce that 2 persons are being charged and held responsible and introduced to our criminal justice system for these 2 murders. So I'm not going to characterize my opinions about the evidence other than to describe the evidence exists in abundance to give us probable cause to bring these charges forward. And it's digital evidence, it's physical evidence, it's forensics evidence, it's circumstantial evidence. The detectives, the prosecutors have worked meticulously to ensure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted, but the work still goes on.
Sir, just a follow-up question on Kenny's point. I apologize if I missed this, but can you confirm if Mr. Banfield has been living in the home this whole time?
I believe he has. Olivia.
I know there were 4, if I'm correct, aggravated murder charges. Can you just explain the nuance there? I know there's 2 people.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did charge 4 different aggravated murder charges, even though we're only talking about 2 victims. The reason we did that, it's very lawyerly and technical, but essentially it boils down to, in the aggravated murder statute, there are a number of different options to prove that. And when we took a look at what we intend to present at trial, we believe that our presentation of evidence can possibly hit both of those different subsections elements. So what we decided to do is we wanted to put all of them in there to give the jury the full picture of what they can choose from. But we anticipate that, of course, we have. The reason that we did that, quite frankly, is we wanted to cover all our bases, make sure that the jury had every option that they could possibly want when taking a look at the evidence. So I know that it's a little unusual, but the aggravated murder statute, the way it's written in Virginia, is a quite unusual statute. We wanted to just cover our bases. Please.
At what point did Brendan become a suspect in this case? I know initially the narrative was that Joseph stabbed Christine. At what point did you stop believing that and begin to look at Brendan?
So that kind of gets back to our efforts to kind of describe gently that we can't go into certain aspects of the case, and that's one of them. So again, there's a jury that will assemble, and they're going to hear these facts in much greater detail than you're hearing them today. Yes, sir.
Again, knowing what you can and can't say, have you been in contact with Brendan over the last 570 days? If so, how many times approximately did you?
Yeah, I understand and applaud your journalism interest in writing a more complete story, and I'll just ask for your patience. But that's not something we're going to be going into at this news conference. Olivia.
Is Juliana's trial still scheduled for November, and when is this?
Juliana's trial is still scheduled for November. That trial date is, from our perspective, we still anticipate going forward on that date. But of course, there could be motions or other things. But to get to, I think, to probably what the nub of your question is, the fact that we've indicted Brendan today and made that arrest does not mean that her case is being thrown out. We intend to go forward with that case as scheduled.
Was she involved in the process of leading to this arrest? Can we talk about that with him?
I'll do it for the chief so he doesn't have to do it every time. But again, I do appreciate that question, but that's something that we shouldn't talk about. We have, as prosecutors, we have ethical obligations about what we can and can't talk about. Trying to prejudice the jury would be something that could put the entire case at risk, and we don't want to do it. And I think that line of questioning would very quickly lead us down that path. So I apologize, but I'm not going to be able to answer that in the moment.
Yes, sir.
May I ask, I think I heard you say there were 2 firearms recovered from the scene and a knife. Is that new information? Can you say if both the guns were discharged?
I don't think that's new information, and both the guns were discharged.
Is there any reason why Mr. Banfield is being held at the same adult detention center as Juliana?
Yeah, that's where he's being held. That's where, if we had any reason to seek to hold him elsewhere, legitimate reason, we certainly would, but none of that exists at the moment.
Right, and to be clear, There is the one county detention, adult detention facility in Fairfax County. So there was not necessarily a conscious choice. That is just typical protocol.
Okay, I've never had to call on Jackie Benson or Sierra Fox. Anything else?
I want to ask the relationship between Banfield and Ryan, but
Yeah.
I can't touch on that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. And a lot of work has gone into this case by people in this room and elsewhere, and it's certainly a moment to pause and reflect on the great work. Yes, sir.
Forgive me if this is an old question or something that's already been asked, but if either of those weapons belong to Banfield?
So we'll apply the same answer to that question as well.
Were they discharged by two different people?
Same answer. No. Same response to the question. Trying to trip me up. No, we can't go into that level of detail. Olivia.
You might not be able to answer, but can you speak to where he was arrested today or
He was arrested in Fairfax County. He was in a motor vehicle, and our fugitive team apprehended him without incident.
Mr. Giscano, when is his next court date?
I anticipate that he'll probably be arraigned tomorrow, and if not arraigned tomorrow, then it will be Wednesday. And then I would anticipate that we will have some sort of court date or trial date, I apologize, set rather quickly. Again, that's just typical procedure, but since he is in custody, I would look for an arraignment within the next 24 to 48 hours.
Thank you all for covering this story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you all so much for coming out. If you want any of the pictures or B-roll we have of the arrest and brought inside, you can use the QR code in the back of your media packet there. We'll also be putting the full details of the indictment and the arrest online on our blog. You can follow us there for the pictures as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions.
All right. So that's that. All right. So we have. I've got. Okay, all right, I have one more news clip to play, and then we'll get into openings. So one more, because this had a lot of twists and turns apparently. So we got one more news clip to play. Shocking new developments. Yes. A lot of twists and turns in this one.
Details in the case of an alleged murder plot in Fairfax County. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Leon Harris.
I'm Erica Gonzalez. This morning, an au pair charged in the murder entered a guilty plea and has agreed to testify against her alleged accomplice.
News 4's Amy Cho has been following this story. She's joining us now live in the studio with the latest. Amy?
Yeah, Leon. A complicated months-long plot that ended with 2 people dead, according to prosecutors. They say the au pair, Juliana Perez Magalis, was having an affair with the husband she worked for, and the two of them allegedly conspired together to get rid of his wife.
Today in court, the au pair told prosecutors she and the husband, Brendan Banfield, used a fetish website to lure a stranger to the house, Joseph Ryan. Prosecutors say Ryan believed he was going there to meet the wife, Christine Banfield, for a consensual sexual encounter where he would tie her down and use a knife to cut off her clothes. Christine had no idea. According to prosecutors, Ryan showed up to the house and began carrying out what he thought was the agreed upon plan, holding Christine down at knife point. The au pair told prosecutors she and the husband then burst into the bedroom with guns, pretending to be surprised, as if they hadn't set the whole thing up. According to the au pair, the husband, Brendan Banfield, called out police because he worked as a federal agent, then shot Joseph Ryan using his service weapon. Banfield then allegedly stabbed and killed his wife, Christine. The au pair says she shot Joseph Ryan too because he was still moving. He died on scene.
Today's agreement marks a significant step forward in this case, and it is an important development in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families.
Prosecutors previously showed pictures in court of the au pair and husband together and the au pair at a gun range. She later told prosecutors she didn't want to go through with the murder plot, but Brendan Banfield allegedly told her it was too late to back out. He was arrested last month and charged with the murder of his wife and Joseph Ryan.
Now, prosecutors say they plan to ask for the au pair, Juliana Perez Magalis, to be released from jail right after Brendan Banfield's murder trial. The deal, of course, is for her to cooperate and testify against him. If she does not cooperate, she could be looking at up to 10 years for manslaughter. And either way, since she is not a U.S. citizen, she could be deported whenever she does get out. Guys?
All right, looking ahead to Brendan Banfield's trial, how could this cooperation deal affect that? What happens there?
Yeah, that's a good question. It certainly will be very interesting to see how this plays out in court at Banfield's murder trial. This could theoretically create a huge opening for Banfield's defense to paint her as an unreliable witness, to say her testimony is not credible and she is simply saying whatever to get herself out of jail. This is something we have seen in murder trials before. I saw this just last week at a murder trial I was covering, so still remains to be seen how this will all play out in court. As of now, Brendan Banfield's murder trial is scheduled for early February, guys.
Amy Cho, I mean,
You just have to feel for the child.
yeah, of course.
The child who everyone who was supposed to be here to take care of that
has
child,
lost
look
both
after that child, is gone.
Yeah. Amy, thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Sure thing.
So the twists and turns of this sordid affair. All right, let's get to openings. Let's get to the actual trial. So we have enough background, I think, now, so we can get to the ego takes the stand, and we shall start with. Let's see. I got to put myself over here. We will start with opening statements.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate that you all came back. I know yesterday was a short day. Today might be a long one, and you're in for several more following that, but we'll try to keep your attention and ask you to please remember that your job here is to listen to the evidence, right? Take notes if you need to. Follow along with the details. There will be many, and then be thoughtful in how you consider this evidence when it's time to deliberate. We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. Those two individuals had no reason to know each other, but for the plotting and planning of Brendan Banfield. Christine, back in 2022, was 37 years old. She was an ICU nurse working at Inova Fairfax. She was married to Brendan, who was then 38, and they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie. Christine worked odd shifts. She was a nurse. If any of you know what nurses' hours are, she could work nights. The schedule was irregular. It didn't occur with a 9-to-5 pattern, so regular daycare was not an option for the family. They hired an au pair, Juliana Perez Magalis. She was from Brazil. She was 22 years old when she joined the family. She provided care while Brendan traveled for work and Christine worked her nurse's hours. The family lived in the Reston area of Fairfax County at 13230 Staplebrook Way. You'll hear that address referenced. You'll see pictures of the home. You'll have the opportunity to understand what the layout of the house was, as it is very relevant to what happened in February of 2020. He talked about hiring a hitman, finding someone to kill her for money. But he was concerned that that would tie back to him, that there would be too much evidence against him and that he could end up at risk. So they crafted a plan. They put it into action. Brendan created a FetLife account. If you're not familiar with it, it's a social networking app for people interested in fetishes, sexual kink. He posted as Christine, seeking fulfillment of this stranger rape fantasy. He and Juliana spent weeks chatting with potential victims, searching for just the right guy who would follow Brendan's plan to a T. Because remember, this plan hinged on several things. Christine never knowing that it existed, and Christine never being expected to meet with her potential fake rapist. In this community of people, there weren't many takers for such a risky plan. It had red flags all over the place. But by January 24th, 2022, Brendan had found his target, Joseph Ryan, posting as Taco Supreme 7000. Joe engaged in friendly conversation with who he thought was an attractive woman new to kink. Brendan, posting as Christine, spent a month creating this relationship with Joe that would eventually lead to Joe's murder. Meanwhile, other things were going on to prepare for this murder. Brendan bought Juliana a gun and took her to the shooting range to teach her to shoot. Brendan had Juliana help him test out the soundproofing of the new windows that had been installed at Stablebrook Way. By the time this plan was ready to be hatched, Joe was fully on board. He had not questioned any of the asks of him. He had continued to engage in this relationship and appeared to be the perfect willing victim. Brendan created the narrative that Christine desperately wanted to be raped. Posing as Christine, he told Joe what to do. Come to the home in Reston. The door will be unlocked. Christine will be asleep in bed. Come straight upstairs, cut off her clothing, tie her, rape her. Simple and fun. That was how it was posed. Joe was willing to follow these rules that Brendan set out posing as Christine. They would not meet in person beforehand. Joe's phones would be left in the car. Joe was to bring a knife, zip ties, chains, and most importantly, he was not to stop. Even if she looked terrified, even if she was calling for help, he was to follow through because that's what she really wanted. On February 24th, 2023, Brendan Banfield's birthday, the plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had the day off, Brendan and Juliana arranged a fake outing for the zoo a fake outing at the zoo for Valerie. Juliana and Valerie packed a lunch, prepared for this fake outing. Christine, still in bed, asleep, at 6 a.m., Brendan takes her phone and Valerie downstairs. He chats with Joe to confirm a 7:20 arrival for the execution of the fake rape. And Brendan then disables the door lock, preventing it from automatically locking, turns off Christine's phone, and puts it in a drawer in the kitchen, where she couldn't possibly find it to call for help when she finds an intruder in her home. Brendan leaves the house, followed shortly by Juliana. Brendan drives to a nearby McDonald's. Juliana waits in the cul-de-sac. The plan to give a call out to Brendan as soon as she sees Joe. Valerie's in the back seat, and Juliana has a gun in her pocket. When Joe arrives, Juliana calls Christine's cell phone first to create a record of a fake warning, even knowing that the phone is turned off. She then calls Brendan to let him know that Joe is in the house. Brendan leaves the McDonald's, drives directly to the home, meets up with Juliana, and with Valerie in tow, they re-enter the house through the basement. Juliana, nervous, screws up the plan and calls 911, too early. She hangs up as soon as Brendan's giving her the signal that this wasn't the plan. They leave Valerie in the basement. They sneak up the stairs to the bedroom where they hear Joe Ryan and Christine. Brendan enters the bedroom first, shooting. You'll hear all of this from Juliana, but we're not asking you to believe her alone. You'll hear from witnesses and experts about all of the evidence that corroborates the facts presented. You'll see the FetLife chats. You'll see the Telegram messages. You'll hear and see the phone call details. You'll hear the 911 calls where Brendan admits to shooting Joe. You'll see body-worn camera video from the responding officers. You'll see photos of the crime scene and the physical evidence collected. And that's where you should focus your attention. Because while Juliana presents us with the narrative, that story that we wouldn't necessarily know but for her details, it is the blood evidence that you can rely upon without a doubt. The blood cannot lie. And the blood puts Brendan Banfield standing over Christine, stabbing her in the neck until she died. With that evidence, we will ask you to find Brendan Banfield guilty of these murders, the associated charges of neglecting his child, and of creating a danger for her in that home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. All right. Defense, you're open.
I think I can probably see
No. Yes.
We do.
You want to check Ms. Sands?
You're all. Here, I can check. Yep. Hold on. I did, because I didn't want it to make all the banging noises. There you go. Green, let's go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You can put that in your pocket if you want.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we had a long day yesterday, and we talked about a lot of the issues that would possibly come up, and they're going to come up today in terms of the story that the Commonwealth just told you, and what I think you should be looking out for in terms of the evidence. There's some interesting things that, in order to assess, first of all, what they're saying, and second of all, the evidence that's going to be before you, is you have to look at certain timelines. So the murder, you're going to hear a timeline of events and evidence that you'll have an opportunity to look at, where she was arrested in October of 2023. And the whole reason she was arrested was to flip her against my client. You'll hear that evidence from someone other than her and other than me. And they tried, and they tried. In a correspondence that she wrote to my client on January 1st, that was given to him, she says, they want you. All they want is to get you in this case. They want me to say things that aren't true. They want me to say things that I did that aren't true. They offered me a misdemeanor. She declined a misdemeanor, facing second-degree murder at the time. And then as the case went on, it became very clear that they wanted him so badly that they were willing to do anything. They made offers, not as good as a misdemeanor, but as time went on, for a manslaughter, suspended time, but she had to testify against Brendan. You'll hear there were at least 4 or 5 times during that year leading up to Brendan Banfield being charged where they came to her, they went through her attorney, and they offered that deal that she now stands to have taken. Now, why is it that she wouldn't have taken that then? Well, we heard in the first instance, she said, they're asking me to say something that isn't true. And so let's look at another timeline that I think is appropriate. After she was arrested, she had a preliminary hearing in April of 2024. And you'll see communications that show real anxiety in terms of what was going to happen. after the preliminary hearing, then the first trial is set for July of 2024. Her attorney continues the case against her will. There's correspondence that says, I wanted to go forward. I wanted to show my innocence. Continued it to October, I believe. No, to November 12th. During that point in time, she'd lost trust in her attorney. She lost hope because he was the only person for someone who was thousands of miles away from her home, from her family, from the people that supported her. She lost hope in the person who was there to represent her. Whether that's true, whether that's right or not, I don't know. But what you'll see in this timeline that I'm going to create for you through evidence is that she was upset, and she said at one point, I can't believe he continued this case. I didn't want that, I don't want that, I just want to go forward. He better not do that again. We go through a period of time into September. The stress and the anxiety starts to really ramp up for her. Approaching her November 12th court date. My client gets arrested. In her mind, she loses even more hope because he was the person who was on the outside who she really was depending on. They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But he played a role, a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would she take in order to come forward and tell a story. You'll hear in October, she went for emergency surgery, had a gallbladder surgery, spent 2 weeks in the hospital. And soon after she got out, she received word that her attorney was going to continue the case again because he needed to get a digital forensics examiner in order to review the evidence. That hadn't been done up until that point. That was the last straw. Whatever deals that had been rejected, the most recent time was September 30th. Whatever deals had been rejected, she was in for now. One of the deals was suggested by her attorney after she was upset with him in July. They get together, they arrive at this, and they have a recording of the questions that they're asking her during what they call the recant. You're going to hear some of those recordings. Now, any of you who have any sort of investigative roles in anything that you do, when you're talking to someone who's deciding to flip, you don't just take their word for it, you challenge them. Investigators challenge the statements that are being made. And so October 25th marks the first day that statements were made. Many of you may have seen that because it's showing up on media. And you hear someone asking her questions and then she answers those questions. Well, what we're going to be able to show you is that those answers are wrong based upon other evidence that we have in this case. But no one ever challenged her. No one ever questioned her. And so in order to have this narrative and this story that you received, Juliana Perez Magalhães is at the center of all of it. She's going to talk about where the gun was at one point, and then I think in the next recant she says it was a different situation with the gun. She said she ran into the bedroom and used the combination on the safe to get the gun, and then she had it been been given to him by, or it was given to him by Brendan Banfield. I'm sorry, given to her by Brendan Banfield. You're going to hear there are significant differences in many of the things that she's providing to the Commonwealth, some of which are changing even up to most recent prep sessions, which we had access to, of December 30th. So the question will be, what's the final statement? I think we're all going to get that. But you're also going to see what she's done all along the way. Now, and she's accepted it gladly, and I'm sorry to say, many people would. But it's the devastation that causes when you ask for that kind of testimony to be included in your case. Now let's just talk a little bit. Can I may just get a sip of water? Sorry, a little dry mouth. Let's just talk a little bit about some of the other things that are going on in this case. And I think you'll find this through the evidence. So what essentially, and you may have heard it in media, is there's a theory called catfishing. And catfishing, for those who don't know it, and people more experienced and more expert than I will be able to tell you specifically, essentially is assuming the devices of someone in order to get something done. Is the easy quick. There's probably more sophisticated explanation for it. But what they're saying is Brendan Banfield assumed his wife's devices, his computer, her phone, any other devices, in order to take on take on her persona in order to invite this gentleman, Joe Ryan, in. Catfishing is a theory that requires a conclusion that Christine Banfield gave up her devices. The Commonwealth's experts have concluded from the moment that the devices were examined and extracted that she did not give up her devices. And so then started the turmoil within the police department that I think is going to come out here. I doubt it'll be in the Commonwealth's case. But there were people within the command staff who were trying to change what the experts said about Christine Banfield's devices. They were trying to say that Christine Banfield did give up these devices or was away when those devices were being used. But you're going to have a conclusion that was from the very early moments that she had not given that up. Now that's significant because all of the things that Juliana Perez Magalhaes has talked to you about is inextricably intertwined with catfishing. And so you're going to hear evidence from their expert witness. You're going to hear evidence from an expert witness that I have that concurs in their expert witness's findings. And in the world of digital forensics, they're just saying, digital forensics doesn't lie. People lie. And they're going to be plenty to see. You're going to see manipulation within the police department where if those that wanted the catfishing theory, if the line homicide prosecutors, homicide detectives didn't agree with this theory, they were transferred. When this case started, there were 12 people in the homicide squad. As this case goes, and this was back in late 2024. I don't know how many of you are familiar with criminal prosecutions and investigations. I was a prosecutor myself here in Fairfax. I've never experienced a homicide investigation where the lead homicide detective was moved prior to a trial. Digital forensics, I probably aged out of digital forensics, but that's a very important aspect of this. So I couldn't say personally whether that would have happened back in my day, but there are factors here that I think that haven't been brought forth by the Commonwealth. And in my efforts at presenting evidence, I'm going to be trying to bring that to light. As I indicated, there are serious timelines. There's a vulnerable person who's open to pray for what it is that they need. And I would respectfully suggest that Juliana Perez Magalhaes is the linchpin to all of that. Now, ultimately, it's the evidence. It's not what I say. It's not what the Commonwealth says. But I say these things to you so that your ear is ready. Because you're going to see a presentation of a horrible, tragic, awful event for everyone involved. And there's no disputing that. And as I said earlier, we're not disputing, you won't hear any dispute as to the relationship between Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes. But there's an awful lot more to look for, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. All right, your first witness, Ms. Sands.
All right, so those were openings. We got our openings done. Let's get to the main. Let's get to the main event. Let's get to the main event. Well, why we're all here, which is
your next witness.
Main event. Just a minute while it kicks in. Come on. There we go. All right, your next witness. Drum roll. Next witness.
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right, could you just move the microphone up for you? There we go.
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Brendan Banfield, BRENDANBANFIELD.
And Brendan, how old are you?
40.
And you were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
And how long were you and Christine together?
We were together since we were 18.
And how did you meet?
We met freshman year at college at Quinnipiac University.
Now, where are you originally from?
I am from Long Island, New York.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes, I lived there the majority of my life.
Now, what prompted you to come down to Virginia?
I received a promotion from my job with the Internal Revenue Service. I previously was a tax compliance officer, and I received a promotion to special agent with IRS criminal investigation.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Let's talk about your family. Before Christine's death, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your family was.
My family was me, Christine, and my daughter Valerie.
And what kind of things would you do? Well, prior to you having Valerie, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy together?
Christine and I had a very active social life. We spent a lot of time with our friends. This included playing board games and cards, as well as going on vacations together, and going on vacations with other couples that we were friends with. We did a lot of hiking, going to different forests and different mountains kind of around the country. We also spent some time, we played kickball together. We did quite a bit intramurally.
Okay. And when Valerie came along, were you in New York or were you in Virginia?
We were still in New York at that point.
Okay. And so how old was she when you left New York?
She was not one yet. She was 10, 11 months.
Okay. Now, what kind of things, and sorry, once again, before Valerie, what kind of things would, in addition to the hiking, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy doing together?
I would say that we spent a lot of time together. When we weren't working, we did a lot of work around our house. We had two dogs, two huskies that we took care of. We're often taking them on our walks and hikes.
And so, in addition to those things, you also both worked?
Yes.
And what did Christine do for work?
Christine had several different jobs. Her primary position was as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse. At other points, she did private health care for an individual family. She also did some product training for medical devices, and she also worked as a sexual assault nurse examiner for several years.
Okay. And where was that? Was that in New York?
Those were in New York, and when we came to Virginia, she continued as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse and trainer for INOVA here in Virginia.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, when you were in New York, what did you do?
I mostly worked for the Internal Revenue Service. Before I came to Virginia, I was a tax compliance officer. I also worked at a math tutoring center known as Mathnasium, where I was center director, and Christine actually worked there with me as well.
Was this a business that the two of you owned?
Yes, this was a business that we owned together and worked at together.
Okay, and how did you divide the duties in this small business?
Generally, we had about 5 to 7 employees in addition to ourselves. I ran most of the day-to-day activity which would be the after-school hours for when kids would come and study math with the tutors. I did math assessments. I spoke to the parents about where their child was and how we could generally get them to where they would be needed to be, where at their current grade level. Christine helped quite a lot with the hiring process. She worked on marketing. She also spent a lot of time tutoring some of the younger students.
And how long did the two of you run that business together?
About 3 years.
Okay. And when you moved from New York to Virginia, what, if anything, did you do with the business?
Prior to moving to Virginia, we sold the business because we weren't going to be able to operate it from Virginia.
Now, you indicated previously that Valerie was born up in New York. How old was she when she came down to Virginia with you?
I believe about 11 months. I don't know the exact date that we moved here, but yes.
Now, in terms of Christine's career and your career moving from New York to Virginia, were you both in line with coming down here for your job?
It was a promotion for myself, but it was also ended up being a promotion for Christine when she applied to Inova, because she was going to be training the newer hires as well after she finished her own orientation period. And so this was going to be a pay raise, and she always liked mentoring new nurses when she was at Stony Brook Hospital. So this allowed her to more formally control some of the training process of the nurses in the pediatric ICU.
And so did she look at this move, even though it was for your job and your training, did she look at this as something that was a positive, or?
I would say that once she started applying to positions here, because she applied to like Children's National Hospital and a few others, and she realized some of the opportunities with her background, that this was going to be positive for her career as well. But I mean, she was also concerned because we weren't going to be next to our family, which was mainly in New York at that point.
Okay.
But there was a lot of benefit, and we viewed that it was beneficial to us and our family and Valerie.
Now, you met when you were 18, so how long were you together, including your non-married life and married life?
About 19 and a half years.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Christine?
For the most part, we were pretty inseparable. We were together the entire time. We didn't break up at any point. We were from college to our first jobs after college, to buying our first house together, to marriage, to getting a dog and a second dog, and then moving down here. We were always together, always planning for the future. This was part of our life.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Valerie. Were you and Christine actively involved in Valerie's life?
Yes, I would say that we were very active in Valerie's life.
Okay, when you invited Valerie into the family, when she came into the family, how did that work within regard to your family dynamic?
Mr. Carroll, I think you had the wrong name. When you invited Valerie into the family?
Their daughter.
The daughter? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when Valerie was born, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
So I'm sorry, there's a little confusion, I apologize. Valerie, your daughter, I said invited her into your life. When she was born, how did that affect the relationship, and how did you all kind of change to take care of Valerie?
I would say that Valerie brought all of our family closer together, including my mother and our in-laws. It kind of brought everyone near to each other. There was a lot of overlap, a lot of family visits, a lot of care from specifically both grandmothers, helping both me and Christine when Valerie was born, and that it was a very joyous moment for our family. She was really the first grandchild for both sets of grandparents.
And so when she was born, it sounded like a positive thing for everything.
Yes.
And what, if any, involvement do you have, and what involvement did Christine have, knowing that you're both working full time?
So our schedules are a bit strange for childcare purposes. Christine would work 12.5-hour shifts, which generally meant that she was leaving at 6:30 in the morning and would be coming back at roughly 7:30 at night. When I was in New York, I was working 6 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And so on days where both of us were working, generally one of the grandmothers was the primary caregiver when Christine's maternity leave and my leave ended after Valerie was born.
Okay, and so it worked out between all of you?
Yes, it seemed to be going pretty well.
Okay, now how old is Valerie now?
Valerie's she'll be 8 in March, so 7 currently.
Okay, and do you, since this situation has started, do you have contact with her?
Yes, I talk to her basically every day by video chat, often also by phone.
Now, when she was younger, what kind of involvement did you have with her education?
I spent a lot of time on her education. I guess I've spent a lot of time teaching math over the years, and even from before she was in preschool, I spent a lot of time basically what I would call numerical fluency, starting with counting and moving up through. I've currently been working with times tables with her, which is above grade level. So I've been doing math work with her basically from 2 until present. But I also monitor quite a bit of what work she does at school, and with this, I spend a lot of time reading with her, and we do. I guess I would say that I make. I call them activity pages, but essentially they're like crossword puzzles and word searches, rhyming words, or consonant combinations, such as like ST or CK, and then I'll give a description of a word, and then the word will match. So if it was like TR, and this is a plant that grows tall, she might write tree, and things like that, so that she would work additionally on whatever letter combinations they're currently working on in school as additional practice. I do a lot of design work for that also.
Okay, and you're designing these things for her to be able to continue kind of working with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about things like science and engineering and all that sort of thing? Did you ever get into any of that with?
So we always did quite a bit of Legos, basically starting at like 2. But after that, we started doing these projects from Kiwi Company, where you would do things like make a little device that would spin a coin for you, or that would launch a disc and you could aim it at a target. We went past that, and now we were doing these Crunch Lab boxes, where we were working on things like rocket launches, and there was quite a few others. There was like designing of animals and like stuffed animals, and there was also like different circuits where you would have, where it would show you how to design basically a button, and then when pressing the button would allow like animations to move or things like that, and it would show more details of how a lot of electronics would work.
What kind of things would you and Christine do with her?
We spent a lot of time in nature, the three of us. Behind our house is Frying Pan Farm. So walking distance, we have walking trails, and we can walk to Frying Pan Farm where Valerie would definitely like to see the animals. We had a membership to the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and that was, we went there frequently. Sorry, was there more to your question?
It was about the three of you doing things together.
We also spent we would go on vacations. There was quite a bit of spending time with family in terms of going to the water, whether going to the beaches or even with my in-laws going to on their boat and going fishing.
How did you observe the relationship between Christine and Valerie?
Christine loved Valerie very dearly, and Valerie was very attached to her mother. It was tragic, their separation, but when Valerie was always very excited as soon as Christine would get home from work. She would run up to her mother and say, be happy, and call her mama. And, they spent quite a bit of time doing art-related projects. Christine would often bring Valerie to dance when she was not working.
Now, did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter, Valerie?
More than anything.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to show some pictures, if I can.
All right.
Judge, I might need some assistance from
All right, sir, can you help him?
I can't seem to get it to go through. Okay. Thank you, sir. I just do that. Sir, can you see the picture that's on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as defense exhibit number 220. Do you recall that situation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 220.
Any objection?
If we could lay some foundation.
All right, just a foundation.
Do you recall this event?
Yes, I.
When was that?
This was a trip that we took that was in Pennsylvania. We had gone to the Poconos, and we spent some days there in a cabin. This was during that trip. We went to a mud run called Warrior Dash.
And do you remember when that occurred?
I mean, not the exact date, but I would say that it was So it's 20. I would say it was in 2018.
Okay, so would that have been?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, probably. Sorry. I think it's closer to like 2015.
Okay, so that would have been when you were living in New York?
Yes.
And that would have been prior to Valerie?
Yes.
And is this Christine with you?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 2.
Given that. Do you have an objection or not?
No, it's fine.
No objection, 220.
And so was this a plan that you made to go to the mud run, or is this something that you just,
No,
how did it come about?
We planned a whole trip to the Poconos. We went to a concert while we were there. We spent time in a cabin. We did quite a bit of hiking. It was a fun trip.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
That would be identified as Exhibit 221. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Was this the same race?
It is not.
Where is this located?
This one took place on Long Island, close to our house in, I believe, Calverton.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No.
221.
Sorry, Your Honor, to the next slide. Exhibit 365. Is that a picture? What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of me and Christine on a fishing boat that leaves out of Port Jefferson.
And do you know when that was?
Probably 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I said, I think it's 365. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said 365.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 365.
Any objection?
No.
365.
And sir, do you see this video or this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who's depicted in this photograph?
This is me and Valerie, and Christine's face seems to be cut off, but I believe that's her as well.
Okay. And do you know when that was taken?
This appears to be when Valerie was 4, probably the fall before Christine died.
He didn't say what it is.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit 366.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
366.
Sir, do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
And who is that with you?
Christine.
And is that, well, tell me what it is.
I believe that this is at a rehearsal dinner for one of our friends' weddings, the day before their wedding.
And where did that take place? New York or Virginia?
New York.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 367.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
367.
Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
And what if, who are the people involved in that?
This is me, Christine, and Valerie.
And do you remember that?
This is on a flight from here in Virginia to Florida before we were going on a cruise. This would have been in 2022.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 368.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
368.
Sir, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, this is me, Christine, and Valerie on the cruise after that flight.
Your Honor, move that in as 369.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
369.
And sir, do you remember this?
Yes, this is on the same cruise at a formal dinner that we went to there. And this is Valerie is excited for, I believe, dessert to be coming, and Christine seems very happy about it.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 370.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
370.
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
We took 2 cruises in 2022. This would be the one that's in November. This was the first time Valerie went ice skating. I took her ice skating on the cruise ship.
And was that Christine taking the picture, do you know?
I think I took the picture myself.
Okay, was Christine on that cruise?
Christine was on that cruise, but she did not go ice skating.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 371.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
371.
And sir, do you see this?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
This is on that same cruise. We were with our friends, another couple. They have a son that's the same age as Valerie. They would be the ones that took this photo.
Here, I move that as Exhibit 372.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
372.
Do you remember this picture, sir?
Yes.
Where was that?
This is in New York, when Valerie was still less than 1.
And did Christine take this picture?
Yes.
Here, I move that in as Exhibit 373.
Any objection?
No objection.
373.
Dinner.
I think you skipped like 20.
Yeah, I must have. Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And who are the people in that photo?
This is my grandmother. Valerie calls her Gigi. And this is Valerie when she was still 0. This is at my mom's house in New York.
I remove that in as Exhibit 374.
Any objection?
Judge, at this point, I am going to object to relevance.
You want to approach?
Sir, can you see the photo on the screen, Exhibit 375?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
Christine took a picture of me when Valerie was only a couple months old. Valerie snuggled up with me in bed.
Here, I move that in as Exhibit 375.
Any objection?
Judge, objection, relevance, and cumulative.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Sir, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, what's the significance of this photo in terms of your family?
This is taken in Georgia, in Brunswick, Georgia. This is the day of my graduation from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Academy. And Christine and Valerie had visited me for the graduation ceremony.
Your Honor, I move this in as counsel or Defense Exhibit 377.
I'm sorry, Judge, same objection, relevance and cumulative.
Sustain the objection to relevance and cumulative.
Sir, let's move on. Did you have a relationship with Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did that start?
I guess the relationship started as professional in October of 2021 when she came to be a au pair or a nanny for our family.
Okay, and she came through an agency?
Yes, from Cultural Care is the agency.
What were the parameters of the Cultural Care exchange that she came through? Do you know?
She would come and provide childcare for the family. It would include room and board, that she would be able to take educational opportunities, such as at a local community college. She can work, I believe, up to 45 hours a week, and she would generally provide a loving environment and activities for Valerie.
Okay, and had you had a previous au pair before her?
Yes, we had an au pair prior to her. Her name was Amanda. She was with us for 2.5 years.
And so Juliana was your second au pair?
Correct.
And so explain kind of from when she got there in October 21, what were her duties and how did you utilize her time when you and Christine were working?
So once we moved to Virginia, our work schedules were, I guess, more erratic because my work schedule was not set any longer as well. So Christine would still be working generally the 12.5-hour days, but I may have to work at hours that could start at 5 in the morning and sometimes could be going late into the evening. So while generally I would know what I had to do for the day and maybe how long it would take, it wasn't convenient for conventional childcare in terms of having Valerie go to, say, a daycare, because generally they're not open at 6:30 in the morning until nighttime. So generally, the au pair that we had would work similar hours to that Christine had. And when I got home from work, the au pair would be no longer working for the day, or if it was on the weekend that Christine had to work, the au pair generally would be off. So the au pair kind of worked basically 3 12-hour shifts coinciding with Christine's job most of the time. But sometimes if Christine didn't have that many hours during the regular work week, Christine may choose to have the au pair work other hours so that Christine could get things done around the house or other activities that she had to do.
So in terms of your contact with Juliana, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what kind of contact would you have on a daily basis prior to having a relationship?
Prior to having a relationship, it was mostly logistical. I may inform her when I was going to get home from work, if I had any delays, making sure that Valerie was getting to, say, dance lessons if Christine and I were not available then. Juliana would generally bring Valerie to preschool on the days that she was working. And we might just talk about activities for her to do with Valerie on days that they were working.
Okay. And when was it that this turned from a working relationship to something else?
In August of 2022.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened.
So, in August, Juliana and I were home alone. I had to work on both Saturday and Sunday, so I believe the original day was a Friday. Christine and Valerie were in New York, and Juliana started texting me while I was preparing food in the kitchen. It was an unusual line of text as she was complaining about.
Let me, if I may just interrupt. Where was she and where were you in the house?
I was in the kitchen. I believe she was upstairs in her room.
Okay, sorry. Please go. Continue.
It was an unusual text conversation in terms of that Juliana was complaining about her dating activity and the people that she was seeing at the time. I don't particularly like texting, and I think I basically said that if she wanted to talk, that she could come to the kitchen.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened?
At that point, Juliana showed me quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge, and the people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. And these were people that she had matched with on the app.
And so, and how did it progress from there?
She was making quite a few jokes about it. At some point, I finished cooking and was eating. I don't believe that Juliana actually ate dinner at the same time. We talked about other unrelated things. Talked about there was some family history of alcoholism and how her family in Brazil was dealing with that. And we'd spent maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about some random things, but also about her dating history. During this time, when she was talking about different people, she was described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Also, I guess when we were having this conversation, we were sitting at the island in the kitchen, and she scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. At some point, I told her that I was going to go upstairs, indicating that I was going to go to bed. And she said that she was tired and that she was going to do the same. A little bit of information about the upstairs of my house. Once you go upstairs, the master bedroom is to the left, and all the other bedrooms are to the right. So her bedroom, a guest bedroom, and Valerie's bedroom are to the right. When I went upstairs, I went to the left, and she also took a step towards the left with me. And we had a brief conversation there, and then she came with me into my bedroom.
Did you ever talk to her either that night or later about a continuing relationship?
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship. She had indicated that she was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs, and that really this was just an affair, and not that there would be no other relationship, that there's, and basically that this is something that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay, and how did the two of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So, I guess in about 2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot. My job, I wasn't in my previous position, but my job also required some travel. I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City, and I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work. And I guess that was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy. We went to couples therapy for several months. And we had decided that we were going to continue our marriage.
So now back to 2022. You and Juliana were having an affair outside of the the knowledge of Christine?
Yes.
And how did that look on a daily basis?
It's not the same. It's not the same all the time, but I guess it depended, a lot on Christine's work schedule. So Juliana may spend time with me and Valerie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valerie, whether it was going to be stay home or, like I was Valerie's soccer coach. So when I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically, she was choosing to be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
So let's move toward the October timeframe of 2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
So with no plan, let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to a shooting range every month, every other month, to practice before my qualifications for my job.
And how many times did you have to qualify for your job?
You have to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be a risk of being found out by Christine.
Okay, so the relationship continued into that October or December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're in terms of training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or anything like that?
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never point a firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot. Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a firearm, and making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay. And she went with you twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone to the range. There was none of the suspect email account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that existed at the point that we went to the range.
Okay. Now, did FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes.
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move toward. So let me ask you this: there are some dates that came up recently. Some dates that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember what occurred, what was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember a weekend in Winchester?
Yes, I do remember a weekend in Winchester.
Who was with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for work. I was going to be there for 2 days. I was going to be there for 2 days. So I had a hotel, and Juliana drove there herself, not with me, later the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home? Who with Christine and Valerie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valerie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but...
Okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
Well, there's only Valerie, but yes, it is extremely common that the grandmothers came to visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valerie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valerie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting, or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day with work or with the family or?
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening I was planning to drive to New York with Valerie. My friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was my 38th birthday, and the 24th was today.
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 24th?
Well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th, your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan? So,
but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay, so had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes, other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you?
Yes.
Your career?
It was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal waking up or any other usual habits?
I woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier, so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it could be signed off by management.
Okay. And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine I had seen seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when I was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay. Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting that day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before I headed to New York with Valerie. Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay, so you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet. So I got my work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes to my government vehicle.
And so you had a holster that would hold the gun?
Yes.
And to what side was that holster?
It's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay, and so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who else was up when you, and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
I know Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which would be February 24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
No, I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop. I have my own, actually I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so in terms of, so that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Christine kept her laptop actually in several places. Sometimes it is by the front door when she gets home. She would have a backpack, and she would bring the backpack and drop it off, and generally go visit Valerie and our dog and me. But usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her, and her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard while she had TV on or something like that. And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
And so, and what about her phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. Her phone wasn't really away from her basically ever. I mean, she would keep it in her pocket.
So following up on the discussion we had about a plan, was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever, was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
Now, What, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valerie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valerie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in planning the trip. I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar that was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, but I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valerie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valerie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valerie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room.
Okay.
And so Juliana had asked me to get Valerie because Valerie wasn't in her room to start getting her ready. So I got Valerie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
And did you see Christine there?
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up in bed. She had the blanket over her lap. She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, did so when you took Valerie, where did you take her in order to?
Valerie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and into her clothes for the day.
Okay. Did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't. Besides collecting Valerie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day? Do you have any
roughly 7?
Okay.
A couple minutes after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
I was going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one that I'm stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington, D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that meeting set for?
It was set for 9:30.
Okay, so you left at 7. For what reason?
I left at 7. I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 267 toll road and head towards my office.
Okay, and where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
I went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay, is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or a place to get an egg sandwich. Okay, things like that.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, there you saw the video that the Commonwealth showed of you driving up to the drive-through?
Yes.
And it looks as though, well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that correct?
I did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
The McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was like blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so
it was pretty quick.
And you had that app on your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do, because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally I just open up the QR code section and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load that, or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So it's kind of a loyalty app that you would find for many restaurants.
And so when it didn't work the first time, you came back around?
Yeah.
And did it work?
Yes, then my QR code came up and I went to order.
Okay, so when we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after that?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I pulled straight forward. The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building. But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot. You cross over the road. It's only, it's a two-way road, and basically right on the other side of that road is parking spaces. And I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay. And what was the parking space? What was the landmark next to your parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-thru.
Okay. And so you went there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large cookies.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay, so you ate the cookie, and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay. And is that in the video the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes. And then What, if anything, I mean, you went to the restroom, so what happened then?
As I was finishing up in the restroom, I received a call from Juliana.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car quickly.
And was she alarmed at the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
Okay. And did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay. And so in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. And then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back. But it was unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now, and so what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you to get back to the house?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
I guess it depends there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
At that point, were you rushing? Were you
Objection leading.
What if, at that point, how was it that you were proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone calls you received from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct route back to the house.
Okay. Now, if I can just stop you right there. Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew, Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valerie, and Christine had just taken off from work, and I understood that she was going to be home, but I didn't know anything else at that point. I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Prior to leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's devices that I remember that morning. I was just getting ready for work.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time, or do you have more questions?
May I just look one second?
Sure.
This might be a good break.
Okay, this is a good break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, since it is 5 o'clock right now, so we'll go ahead and take our evening break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. I understand that everybody is available for Friday. Again, I'm sorry that I have to thank you for being flexible. I'm sorry that we have to keep changing things. I know somebody can't get here until around 9:30. We'll wait for you whenever you can get here, and we will stop at 4:30 on the dot for somebody who needs to leave as well, okay? So that'll be the Friday schedule, okay? All right, have a good evening.
Oh, I just wanted to hear Judge Penney's voice. I love Judge Penney. All right, so that was clearly, what's that? Thursday, I guess? All right, so that was day 1. Now we're going to get to day 2, which will include cross. Let me get this queued up for you guys. All right, so this would be day 2. He's still under direct. And then we will we'll get to his cross.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just can't.
Your Honor, what I was asking was if he could have a bottle of water, but it looks as though the deputy's already taken care of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work?
No, I did not.
Or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes.
And she worked through a company, correct?
Yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship,
Had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer prior of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then, if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023, and I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really I didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that. It wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay, why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise, and I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on. If there was an affair going on, I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Valerie.
Okay. And moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an idea of, from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body-worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door, and if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key.
Okay. And in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you took care to make sure of?
And the basement door wasn't used. The basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck. Sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as I went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls in terms of her communication.
Okay. And was she doing those things?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I had mentioned the gate, that meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog, but not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage, and Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. So you're in the basement, and what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, I guess, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away, after I had opened the door, and Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come. I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay. So your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believe that it was. I didn't. After I told. That was how I ended my conversation with her. Was for her to stay in the car.
Okay. So when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door. I guess partially open for them, and then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay. And did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit, and there's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time.
But why were you looking around the basement?
Well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay. And so in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So okay. I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay, and were those all in the open area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other.
I did open the bedroom. I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay. So whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay, so what, if anything, did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana, well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there. But I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement. And it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was in a bit of a frantic state.
And so where would Lily normally eat her food?
Her dog bowl is always in the living room. her dog bowl is always in the dining room, where there's placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
That would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room. To the left would be the kitchen, and through the through the doorway of the kitchen would be, the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point, did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No.
Okay, so
she can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, you just was it one flight of stairs, two flights of stairs?
I would call it one flight of stairs, but it's, 7, 8, 9 stairs, and then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay, so did you go up that basement stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
Okay. When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. Stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay. And was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
And what did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Okay. why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem that doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
So what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, in which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom, and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor when I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up this partially at the basement door.
Okay, and so you were both on the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay, so you continued on?
Yes.
But you realized she was there?
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay, and in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
So you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
Outside the room, I headed towards the door, and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine, and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described it as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way? If you're in the bed.
Yes, if you were in the bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay, thank you. And so you indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine.
Yes.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay, so when you observed this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees. And Joe Ryan was behind her like angled slightly behind her, and from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her. He was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where were they?
No, I was maybe one step into the room.
Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard, I can't really tell, but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police.
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
Alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that could. I don't know if he could see it, but it is. Okay. It is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Like 11 o'clock. Okay. So just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering. I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not, and it's February, so
okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
Okay. You just said police?
Yes.
And what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, could you tell, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you'd said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay. Now, just so we're clear, when at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position, on the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay. And the bed, is the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay. So from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay. And what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do?
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation. I did not want to shoot him.
Okay.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers, that she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned at this point also.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said she was hers?
She was his, sorry. She was his.
Can you say the whole statement of what
he said that she was his, and that she gave herself to him, to me, is what she gave herself to me, is what he said.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally, it's brushed and straight straight, or, well, not really, I mean, it's still curly, but, you know, it's more kept. It was kind of large and frizzy at this point, and I couldn't really see very well.
Okay. And so I interrupted you. So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand at this point, and so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured greater than what you thought when you saw her?
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern for you while you were in the moment?
There wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything, when the time came, well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do then?
I'll sustain the objection.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time, and then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that. At some point, he asked for me to leave, and at a different point, he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine. At that point.
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her, and I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
And what, if anything, did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay, and when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay. So what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving. And
well, let me ask you this. Did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next? I
turned around and faced Christine, and I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck, and she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck, and I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand, and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room, and I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I know what she was doing now, but I don't know. I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is what was she did you know what she was doing at that time?
There was another shot. And I looked up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm, and I was stunned that Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the master bathroom door. There's kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very far.
She shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything prior to. I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know. If I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder, like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up, and I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
No, the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that Juliana took out of the safe was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe, was that put back in the holster?
I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me. Basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of position, when you were tending to Christine, what position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me and the bed at this point.
And can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that, when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything. And I yelled at her to call 911 again.
Okay. And do you know if she followed your...
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance, and I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So from inside the room, please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that 911 came, how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom and kind of moving towards the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I heard that she was on the call with 911. And I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and so I answered the questions, of my home location and I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife, and that I had shot him. And I identified myself as an officer, gave my address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes, we had spoke slightly more also during that time. She was coughing, and blood had come out of her mouth, and so I knew that that's possible for people to choke on blood, and so I told her I was going to roll her on her side, and she did, and so we did, and so I did that, and she seemed to know that that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we've just talked about, did you ever get a point where you had a better idea of the wounds that were on Christine's neck?
After Juliana shot, and I went back to Christine. Once again, I put my hand on her hand, but she slid her hand from underneath mine and put it on top of mine. And actually my finger went inside of her neck. And that made me realize how badly she was hurt.
Now, with regard to when the hands were removed off of the neck, was there any indication as to how badly she was hurt in terms of anything?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
In terms of, once you took your hands off of her neck, did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length of the wound, and the fact that part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Were you able to, and so were you able to continue compression?
I did try, I would say that both of us continued to try compression. Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her. I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was, I don't know, I guess we were focused, I was talking to her, and I guess I was a little bit more focused on that.
Okay. And in talking to her, did she assist you in any, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically, she had indicated that, she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that, she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I guess I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, try to close the wound as much as possible, but that didn't seem to be doing anything.
Okay, and in terms of the blood, when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
In the beginning, you could see that the blood was partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe, and what did you do?
I mean, this was back to putting pressure and covering the wound, and
Now, did there come a time when the first responders arrived?
yes, after some time, the first responders arrived. I know that Juliana left the room at some point, and I know that I heard her go down the stairs. I think that 911 had instructed her to open the door. At a different point on the 911 call, the 911 operator advised to get towels. And Juliana, this was before opening the door, Juliana went into the master bathroom and came back with towels also.
Now, had you been using anything when the 911 operator suggested towels, clean towels, things like that?
So I guess originally I stopped doing pressure when the 911 operator recommended to use towels, and at that point I grabbed the comforter that was kind of all around me, and I used the comforter, part of the comforter on her neck for a little bit.
Okay. And did there come a time where you moved to something different, or what?
When Juliana gave me the towels, I kind of tossed the comforter behind me and used a towel.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do after that?
I know that there was a point that I rechecked Christine's pulse, so I had to remove the towel, and I saw that it wasn't really as covered in blood anymore, and the pulse was significantly weaker, and I checked her pulse with my hand. Her pulse, she still had a pulse, but it felt slow and weak compared to when I had my hand previously.
Now, if you can, and do you have any idea, or can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
It's hard. It's very difficult to say. It felt like an extremely long time. I don't know. You're not really thinking about how long it really takes, but the wait on the 911 call felt like it was forever.
After you testified, you stood up after Juliana shot Joe Ryan?
Yeah.
Was there any time between the moment you went back to Christine and the time the first responders arrived that you weren't next to Christine?
After I stood up, I spent the rest of my time kneeling next to Christine, and I did not get up from next to Christine until first responders arrived and instructed me that they were going to take over.
Okay. Well, let's go to that point. What was the first thing that you realized that the police were there, or fire, or whomever?
I know that I heard Juliana yelling to come up here. And I heard I heard many footsteps and people arriving.
And from your position of rendering aid, how did you move from that position?
So I was facing Christine and facing towards the master bathroom, and I was instructed to go into the master bathroom.
When you went, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think I was standing relatively near for a few seconds before they instructed me to go into the master bathroom.
And when you relinquished first aid duties to the first responders, was Christine still breathing?
Yes, Christine was still breathing.
And her pulse was still positive?
Yes, she was still alive, very much.
Okay. Now, when you were taken away by the first
Mr. Carroll,
responders.
is this a good time to have the morning break?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take our 15-minute morning break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and fast forward, but you hear him describing this, right? And you remember the body cam from this morning? Only his jeans were slightly stained from like the knees down. He's like saying he's putting compressions on her. He's wrapping her up in a comforter. I mean, I don't know exactly where Christine was cut, but it sounds like it was her neck. I mean, you guys know I mean, just the visual, it's like a scene out of Dexter or something. So, I don't know if they showed that body cam. I mean, we've seen the body cam of Courtney and Christian, and she had white shorts or white pants on, the sweatpants or whatever, pajamas, whatever you want to call them, and she was just soaked. She was soaked. They were red versus white. So he should have been a disaster. But so that's why we can call BS on this story. One of the things we can call BS on. Okay, let's continue on. And just real quick, not to be graphic, and I don't do this out of disrespect for Christine at all, but you know, sometimes you need to know, you need to know what you're dealing with, the monsters that walk among us. So here's a photo. There's a photo of the knife. So there's said knife. Okay, let's continue on.
All right. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, we left off at the point when you were being told to let the first responders take care of Christine. Do you recall who it was that advised you to go into the bathroom?
I did not know the names of anybody at that point.
Okay. When you went into the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do while they were attending to Christine?
I was instructed to sit on the edge of the tub.
Okay. And at that point, what condition were you in?
I was panicked, shocked, I mean, worried, scared. I felt like I was having a very hard time breathing, and my leg was bothering me, seemed to be spasming.
Okay, we saw from the body cam video, excuse me, we saw from the body cam video you received, I guess, a checkup in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the officers took me to an ambulance.
And what was that? What was the basis for them to get you checked out? Do you know?
I know at one point when I was in the bathroom, I went to the ground.
Okay.
And I wasn't walking properly. So they seemed to want to get me checked out.
When you arrived back home from the McDonald's, were you having any difficulties physically?
No.
During the period of time of what you described on February 24th within the bedroom, were you struck in any way that would have affected your lower extremities?
I don't remember being hit in my leg at all. I only remember being hit in the back of my shoulder.
Okay. And when you, I think it's partially showing on the body cam, but when you went down, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
I was crying. I was having, I guess I would say that I was hyperventilating. I stabilized myself with my hands on the floor. And I was scared for Christine.
Okay. And at some point you, as we see in the evidence that's been presented, you go to the ambulance and you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about another topic that came up during the trial. What, if anything, did you know about the purchase of windows at your house?
Windows were, Christine and I started looking for windows back in 2021. We received quotes from 10, 12, 15 different vendors. The shopping process was long. Over the course of the quotes and shopping process, we refined that we wanted triple pane windows because the front of my house has quite a bit of southern exposure. A lot of sun comes in there, and the foyer would get very warm. Also, some of the windows in my house were stuck closed where we couldn't open them. Christine complained about that none of our windows had screens, and one of the windows by the back door was off center enough that there was actually a slight gap to the outside. And the smallest window in the basement, for some reason, was a single pane window and would allow cold to come in. So that was a lot of the reasons why we shopped for windows.
And you indicated you went through numerous vendors?
Yes.
And when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we agreed on I believe we had a second quote from Vinylite in the summer, the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with the triple pane windows. I believe it was in July of 2022, which is also before any relationship with Juliana. And we placed the final order in August and I believe made the first payment before any relationship was with any relationship with Juliana, meaning that the windows were fully decided prior to any relationship with Juliana.
Now, did you ever go outside and scream in some sort of a test?
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wondered if our neighbors didn't hear the gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying to Juliana, and that was after February 24th, after some of my neighbors had spoke to me and said that they didn't hear anything.
Now, the window job that you had Vinylite do was a full replacement of all the windows.
Yes, it was replacement of every window.
Okay. And was there anything about the windows in the bedroom that was greater in terms of soundproofing or greater in terms of efficiency than the other windows around the house?
No, the entire house was chosen to do triple pane windows. There was a couple windows that were slightly different. One of them was the pane window in the master bathroom, which was obscured glass so that people can't see into the master bathroom. We changed the style of window of the basement smallest window to being double pane and triple pane in a sliding style. I think that was the main changes, besides upgrading to triple pane and the different repairs and things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving on to the personal weapon that you have.
Okay.
Was that the one that Juliana used on the 24th?
Yes, my personal firearm was a Glock 43X.
And where do you normally keep that?
I keep it in my firearm safe, which is inside of my master bedroom closet.
Okay. And do you know, was that firearm in the safe and locked on the 24th of February?
Yes, the firearm was in the safe and locked on the 24th of February.
And did Juliana have access to the code?
Juliana knew the code because the code was the same as my door code to the house, and at different points she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearms.
And so when you testified that she went into the closet and you thought it was for towels?
So when she went to the bathroom, I guess first I can't see the master bedroom closet from where I was in the bedroom. When I told her to watch him and call 911, I didn't know what exactly she was doing at that moment, and I couldn't see that she went to the safe.
And at what point did you realize that she had gone to the safe?
Only after she shot.
And at some point, were you able to confirm that your personal weapon was being used?
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
February 23rd?
I'm sorry, February 23rd. I apologize. Were you aware of any vacation plans for you and the members of your family?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you know about the vacation plans?
Christine and I already had a cruise that was planned for, I don't know, maybe May or June of 2023. That was planned earlier with a large part of our family was going to be attending to that. But Christine and I were planning another trip, which was going to possibly be to Punta Cana, which is where we had our honeymoon originally, and so we had discussed that, and she was telling me about some of the resorts that she had been looking at.
Okay, and was Royalton Resorts one of those?
That, I believe, was the one that she liked the best, and she sent me a message wanting me to look at it and basically to see if I agreed, and if we would probably book it relatively soon if we thought that would work out, and we'd have to figure out, days off and things like that.
Do you remember where you were when you received that message?
Actually, I think I was in the living room with her. I think she just sent it to me as like, this is what we're saving so that we could, continue to review it later.
Okay, to show her?
Yes.
Or to show you, I guess?
Yes.
And how did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use standard text messaging. Our usual messenger of choice was Facebook Messenger, and that's how I received that.
Okay. And you were in the same room with her?
I believe I was in the same room with her. We were in and out of the same room together frequently that day. That day was my birthday.
Specifically relating to that request or the discussion about the travel arrangements, did you ever take control of her laptop?
No, she was sitting on the couch using her laptop, and we were discussing it while I was playing with Lego with Valerie.
And did you ever use her phone regarding that discussion?
No, I never used her phone.
Did she ever leave to go anywhere during that discussion regarding resorts?
Not that I remember. At some point, I took Valerie to bed, and bedtime at that time usually involved a story or two, brushing teeth, getting changed, so that took 20, 30 minutes, and then I returned to Christine after I was done with bed for Valerie.
When you returned to Christine, did she have her devices still?
Yes.
Now, this was your birthday, so what was going on at the house that day?
One of my friends, Nishant, came over. He brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was Midnight Treats, and but really we didn't do anything for my birthday because Valerie had swim lessons that day, so I had taken Valerie to swim lessons. Christine had told me she had to work late. I don't think she got back until after 8. Christine and I had celebrated my birthday, I guess, the day before. On the 22nd, we went to Korean barbecue, me, Christine, and Valerie.
Okay. And on the 23rd, which was your birthday, where was Juliana?
I don't know where Juliana was when we were talking about the vacations. I do know that she came with me to the gym. She actually worked out with Nishant at the gym, and then Nishant came back to our house later. I was with Valerie at the pool.
Okay. And when the discussions regarding resorts and all that sort of stuff was going on, was Juliana around for that?
I don't know where she was, but she was not in the living room, kitchen, main floor area.
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
I don't seem to remember much about her phone that day because my recollection is her using the laptop, and that's where she was doing the research that we were talking about.
Now, did there come a time when you recorded Lily and the sounds that Lily made and makes?
Yes. I believe it was in the summer of 24.
Okay. And in doing that recording, why were you making a recording of Lily's sounds?
Ryan Campbell which is Juliana's attorney, had come to my house because he wanted to view the layout of the house and see how far it took to get to places, and where my gun safe was and things like that. And when he was there, I had Lily outside because I didn't want her to bother him, and he heard sounds of Lily whining and complaining to come in because she was separated from everyone on the inside, and I believe it reminded him of the noise.
Speculation. Sustained as.
I don't think you can say what he thought.
Okay.
What, if anything, did he ask you to do?
Objection, hearsay.
Based upon your conversation with him, what, if anything, did you do?
I recorded the sounds that Lily made.
Okay. And have you listened to the file of Lily 3?
Yes.
And does that accurately represent the sounds that Lily made?
Yes, I sent several different recordings I made several different recordings for her, yes.
Okay, are you aware of the one Lily 3?
Yes.
And you've heard it and you've listened to it?
Yes.
And that reflects the sounds that Lily makes?
Yes, it does.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 377.
Any objection?
No objection.
377 is it was annotated as a different exhibit. Do you want to make it 378?
Yes, sorry, Judge. I thought we'd stopped at 376, so that's why.
You tried to get 377 in, but we didn't, so
Yeah,
378?
378, thank
Okay,
you.
378 in evidence.
And here, I may just chat with counsel for 1 second. 379. Your Honor, the that I was about to move in is already in evidence in the Commonwealth's case with a 911 call.
Okay, that's the Exhibit 1 or Exhibit 2 or 3? We have 3 911.
I believe it's Exhibit 1.
Okay. All right.
Courts and soldiers.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, have you ever used or looked at FetLife prior to the discovery that's come out in this case?
No, I had never used or looked at or heard of FetLife previously.
Were you aware of Christine using FetLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FetLife.
Did you have any knowledge of whether she had used Craigslist ever?
I think that she did back in New York to advertise that we had a yard sale.
Okay. And that would be the extent of the use of Craigslist?
That's the only time that I can remember.
How about something called Backpage? Did you ever know her to have used those kind of things?
No.
Was there any sort of, well, let me ask you this. How is it that you and Christine would primarily communicate?
Primarily, we would communicate on the phone. We would talk almost, when Christine would leave from work, she would almost always call me. Obviously in person when we're together, and if it's messages such as when we're both at work, we usually use Facebook Messenger.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FetLife, in your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without getting into what she had said, were there times when...
Objection leading.
Sustained is leading.
What, if any, times were there conflict in terms of sexual...
Objection leading.
Sustained is leading.
In terms of your sexual relationship with Christine, what, if any, differences did you have?
I was not interested in ever harming her. I was never interested in sexual violence. I would say that we also had a discrepancy of how often we would like to have sex, or I would like to have sex more frequently than we did.
But did those differences What, if any, effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
I would say that those differences caused some of the reasons why we had affairs at various points in our relationship.
Did you love your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of plan for what February 24th became?
No, it was a situation I was never expecting, never expected to be in, would never want anyone to be in.
In terms of looking back on February 24th, what, if any, things do you think you would do differently?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, things would you do differently in the room confronting Joe Ryan?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
When you shot Joe Ryan, were you aware of where you had hit him immediately?
No.
When was it that you found out that you'd hit him in the head?
Actually, I wasn't sure where I hit him until we had discovery.
And why did you shoot Joe Ryan on February 24th?
He was attacking Christine. I mean, he was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Chair, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
It's my power cord in your way. It's my power cord in your way.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. So let's understand. This is the first time you've told this story or any story about what happened in the bedroom on February 24th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not tell the police on that day in the bedroom. You did not tell the police on that day in the hospital. You did not tell them when you were back at the station, correct?
Judge, I'd object. May we approach?
You can approach.
Wow, one question in and they're already going to a sidebar. One question in and it's already like, yep, nope, sidebar.
Sorry, thank you. Let's try that again. You didn't tell the police in the house, you didn't tell them in the driveway, you didn't tell them at the hospital, you didn't tell them back at the station, correct?
I said what I did on the 911 call. I was not questioned by the police at the house, in the driveway, in the ambulance about what had happened.
Okay, but you were questioned at the police station. You didn't tell them then, right?
Actually, I was not questioned at the police station.
Okay. It's been 3 years. You have not had an opportunity to tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to speak to me. The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay, and you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time, you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings, and it was my intention that I was going to testify at Juliana's trial.
Okay, but at the preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
That's what I was instructed to by my attorney.
Okay. So now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened, now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
Okay.
And I've been waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them, at no point have you had your counsel reach out to law enforcement to tell them this story?
Actually, I did have.
Your wife, excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you saved your wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you do that?
They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe that the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay, understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you took trips together, correct?
Yes.
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No.
No? Okay, it's on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine, your wife?
I think Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in. Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday, I think, that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay, so let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness and counsel Commonwealth's 244. 244. All right, so Mr. Banfield, these are your Discord messages with Juliana. Do you recognize the username APOCD2?
Yes, that's my Discord.
So you can see. Has some more numbers after that, D21? Mm-hmm. All right, and that's you, right?
Yes, that is my Discord.
Okay, name. And Juliana is identified as Juliana, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Okay. So if we look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Juliana broke up with me numerous times.
Okay, on this occasion, she said, I told you I'm seeing other people. We spoke about this already. I won't be going, speaking of this trip to New York that you were going to take with Valerie,
yes.
Right? I'm sure you two will have lots of fun, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. This upset you, didn't it?
No.
No? Okay, you beg her in the next several messages to please talk to you, correct? How are you? Do you want to talk? We can chat. We'll scroll up so you can see more.
And those are a different day, it appears.
Well, it looks like it's within hours. Yes, midnight happens and we've moved into another day, but you're still asking if you can talk to her, right?
That appears to be what it says.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer into evidence Commonwealth's 244, the Discord messages.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, 244 in evidence.
And Judge, if that's been published, the jury will let it linger for a second, and then if we can take it down. Judge, if we can move to display to the witness and to counsel, Commonwealth's 245. Mr. Banfield, I'm going to just scroll through it. Let me know if you recognize this letter.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And this is your letter to Juliana?
Correct.
Written while she's incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
Yes, it appears that I was definitely in love with her. Definitely starting in the summer of 23.
Oh, okay. So it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship. With other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her. So it wasn't really until the summer of 23 that we had a lot of time together.
Okay, but in this letter, you're talking about the memories of times you spent together before Christine's death, correct?
It seems like some of them are before and some are after.
Okay, and the long hot cuddle, was that before Christine's death?
No, that was after. We rode a bike and went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer this is Commonwealth's 245.
Any objection? No. 245 in evidence.
And again, you describe here in the very first paragraph-ish, you came here and we fell in love. But you're suggesting that that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead?
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
All right. Judge, if I can discontinue the display.
All right.
And if I can have Commonwealth's 246 shared with counsel and the defendant. Mr. Banfield, this one's 14 pages, so I'm not going to belabor this, but this is another love letter to Juliana. Is that accurate?
It looks that way.
Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 246.
Any objection?
I don't know that there's a foundation for him identifying it, Judge.
Microphone, I just can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know that he's actually identified it. I think he's just agreed with her statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said, yes, this was his letter to Juliana. This is your letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right, 246 in evidence.
And here you said that she's your gym partner, helped you to be the strongest in your life. You've never had a consistent partner before.
Yes, that was referring to a gym partner.
I am obsessed with your happiness.
Yes.
But again, all of this is after Christine had passed?
If you look at that, it also is that I declared that she was a hero because, in my view, she saved my life that day. I think it's easier to fall in love with somebody that saved you.
All right. And I'm going to have you take a look, Judge, if we can pull this down. Commonwealth's 247. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
All right. And this is another love letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 247.
Any objection?
No objection.
247.
Okay, and if we can pull this down. If I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's 250. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Again, you to Juliana?
Yes.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her?
That is something that she wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 250.
Any objection?
No.
250 in evidence.
All right. But you are contending, again, these feelings, these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct.
Okay. And they certainly did not motivate you to kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
All right. You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
Definitely not.
Okay. You've had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct? Affairs was with your best friend's wife. Is that correct?
No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two, they were not married. They were not even together at that point.
They were, is that your understanding of what they believed, or is that how you perceived their relationship? Did they think they were together?
I don't think so. My understanding is that she wanted to be with him, and they were not together at that point.
Okay.
But no, they were definitely not married at that point or anything like that.
Okay, but you were married at that point?
Yes, I was married at that point.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about Christine and her apparent decision to solicit someone to fake rape her. You would agree, you have not seen today, nor are you aware of any phone history, computer history, indicating that she was interested in this type of relationship prior to January of 2023, correct?
I was aware that she was interested in this type of thing, but I was unaware of the messages or that she was pursuing this again, as it had been many years since she had expressed those feelings.
Okay, but there is no internet history that you're aware of predating January 2023, correct?
I'm not, could you ask that a different way?
Okay. From what you've seen in court, she sets this up. She's using a profile picture from a gym bathroom with like a Barbie doll. I think it's an Ariel doll in the picture. And that's a photo that she sent to you on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any other pictures in her Facebook cache that she could have used that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. You never looked at her Facebook?
Yes, I look at her Facebook, but I don't use social media very much.
Okay. You presented us with 20 plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh, okay. Those weren't your photos that you were sharing with us?
Some of them appeared to be my photos, but I don't know. Some of them, I believe, were my mother's. Some of them, I think, were Christine's. A lot of times, Christine and I, if we were to share photos, we shared them on Messenger.
Okay. All right. And in the pictures that you all had shared on Messenger, there was not a single other photo of Christine where she wasn't in a public bathroom that she could have used as her profile photo?
I'm sure she could choose whatever profile photo she would have wanted. I don't know why. I mean, it appears that she took the photo that day and used the photo that day for herself.
Okay. When these solicitations occurred between Christine and the other users on FetLife, she was looking for someone that she expected to engage with her sight unseen, correct? There were not to be any meetings in public in advance of this hookup.
That is what the messages seem to appear.
Okay. And she was only doing this when either you or Juliana were home, correct?
It appeared to me that it happened when I was not home, based on what was presented today often.
Right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not. The only other person that is home is Christine that can
But most importantly, you are not home, correct?
It appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages that were sent while I wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages that from when I was home and when I was not home, it appears.
Okay. So the person that she picked, again, was one who was willing to come to her home, not a hotel, without any sort of public meetup first, as seemed to be the ask from most of the other participants on FetLife. Accurate?
I didn't read the other messages between the other people.
Okay. And this person needed to be willing to bring a knife, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see an ask for the knife.
No problem. You were present for your daughter's birth. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay. When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go to your meeting early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Sure, the night before on the 23rd,
Oh, on the
right?
23rd, sorry.
When she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay, and are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
She was aware that I had the meeting scheduled.
Okay, and was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to the zoo?
It appears to me that she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo. She had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right, and the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she scheduled Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she scheduled exactly.
Okay, and you indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
I believe they were coming in the evening and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
But her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly.
Okay.
Because I think they were going to Florida or continuing on.
Okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay, you didn't see her with her phone at all.
I saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, and she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
Yes, she had her phone in the morning.
And you said that was 6:30?
Roughly. I mean, I was in and out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact time.
So then would it surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Lidsky's work, would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that with any?
I saw her with her phone. Okay. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
Got it. Okay, so she was just with the phone, not using the phone.
Yes.
I see. Let's talk about what happened in the room that morning. You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes. Is that correct?
I believe that's what the time showed.
Okay, and you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37. Is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay, but as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911.
I did not.
Okay, and you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
You don't run out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it. It's just another affair.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss with her.
Why not? You're having an affair with Juliana.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay, so you're leaving the McDonald's. You're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay, so when you arrive at the house, you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement. Is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay, and at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy.
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay, but be it catching her in an affair or this question mark something else that you haven't defined, why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
I believe that she was safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there. I did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that, and it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back, out, and it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp, too...
Right, your mind changed. It wasn't sex anymore now, it sounded bad.
Yes.
Okay, at that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It was there when it came with the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement and following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
Okay, so you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you yelled police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't shoot.
No.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point. I had only seen her on the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she, in this echoey foyer?
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for just a moment while I log back in. Judge, if I can have the witness and counsel take a look at Commonwealth's 251. Mr. Banfield, is this the person that you saw when you entered the bedroom? Joseph
Yes.
Ryan? Yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd offer Commonwealth's 251 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
Overruled, 251 in evidence.
So this man, Joseph Ryan, planned to kill your wife, having left this completely discoverable trail on the internet. Is that correct?
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay. So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some point his mind changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him. But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
I believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck that the blood goes to her hair.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Let's go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning / yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left. And it seemed Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her at that point.
So we know from the medical examiner, and you know because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange, and it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay, but that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay, so you believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the 2.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
Yes.
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
Yeah, she told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my hand.
And then at one point, she tells you she can't see, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can pull down the current display. Take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
23 under seal?
I'm sorry, 22. I apologize.
22 under seal.
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I can have the witness and the jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth's 25, also under seal. And these are the wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay. So going back to Joe for a moment, you are not aware of what his plan was, whether it be to kill her or that may have just been something that happened while he was there, correct?
I know nothing about Joe Ryan prior to these interactions in the bedroom.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial what the Commonwealth's evidence is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricant because your wife?
Object. She's.
What's your legal objection?
She's talking about the case, and she's having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's the legal?
It's not relevant.
Overruled.
I'm aware he went to Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricant for your wife, correct?
I guess.
Who
I don't
may
know.
or may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he brought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
I guess. I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay. You said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So how long do you think passed between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding before you shot him?
Not that long, under a minute.
Under a minute. Okay, so if we were to count out 60 seconds, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, that would be a minute. And in that time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay, and at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe, and so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay. And you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have, my shooting record is on the lower end for the qualifications, and there is not a lot, and there's very little space there. And I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay. Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
Looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot. Would be something that I should have done looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month when I can.
Okay, so would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022 that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended. And so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business. They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's where I was primarily going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point in time did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
I mean, I guess I came to Virginia in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, it sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group.
Well, without speculating, what do you remember doing?
That's not something that I remember the transition of exactly between the two.
Okay. Why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
It was something that we could do together. It was, in terms of many activities, it was something that was going to be out of the house, and generally when I could or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay. And you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
She realized that it was the same code as the door when I was putting away my gear during the day.
So your gun safe code is the same as the door code to your house that your child and wife and babysitter have access to?
They had their own codes, but my code was the same between my door and my safe in my car. It was the same for all of them.
Oh, okay. So Juliana didn't have the door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different. I have my own code to the door, and she has her own code to the door, and my mother has her own code to the door, and Christine has her own code to the door. She just, being next to me, going in and out of the house, knew my code.
So when you observed your babysitter picking up your code because she was able to see, you didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't think about it. Also, I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something that was on my mind.
Okay. Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
I'm aware that others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
Is this a breaking time for lunch, or you let me know? Okay.
I only have a little bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes.
That's fine.
I won't make everybody starve, but just a little bit. Thank you.
That's fine.
Do you have any life-saving training as a result of your law enforcement background?
A little bit.
A little bit, okay. And your life-saving training tells you that Juliana should be the one to call 911 while you are attending to Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when Juliana hadn't called 911, you didn't think that was the time at which maybe you should do it?
I didn't realize that she didn't call 911 immediately because I was focused on Christine. Okay. So I wasn't looking at Juliana after I told her to call 911. I was looking at Christine.
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh, not the upstairs, okay. Okay, so you weren't there then, is your contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone?
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay, so while you are tending to your wife and exchanging hand placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, the blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that. Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were taught, and that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that that was the best course of action at the time.
To put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point after you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it was right next to me.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and, I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect, or?
Yes, sure.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Don't discuss the case and don't do any outside research. See you back here about 2:15.
So Miss Jenna Sands there, she was with Hamilton, Petrocelli, Sprisler, and Sands. She's currently serves as a managing partner. Her focus was criminal defense. 95% of her practice was criminal defense. So she was a defense lawyer for a while. She also served as a substitute judge in Fairfax and also Fairfax County Juvenile Domestic Relations. So she's qualified for the position of General District Court Judge. This is her executive summary. She graduated out in Missouri in 97, Lindenwood College in St. Charles, Missouri. She was admitted in 2000. She started practicing law. She's married and has 2 kids. So she's got her stuff together. Miss Jenna Sands. All right, let's fast forward here. Cut through lunch here. All right, let's get him back in the hot seat. All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
Sir, you can take the stand, please.
Yes. And I have another thing.
Yes, ma'am.
We have names.
Can you just get,
Yours first, yours is fast.
Everybody have microphones, please. Thank you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there was an exhibit in Commonwealth's Exhibit 159.
159?
Which was the firearm sale, purchase, and there was some information that...
159, I have firearm transaction record.
Yes, and there were social security numbers and other identifiers on there, and I'm just asking that they be...
Want to redact the social security numbers?
That's fine, and I can provide the court with a redacted copy to
We'll
replace.
provide it with a redacted copy, okay?
Okay, awesome. 159.
159.
Thank you.
We'll get that. All right. That's all you have, Mr. Carroll?
That's all I have.
All right.
I have information. Judge, during the break, a gentleman approached one of our detectives in front of 2 jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop speaking, and they walked away, and that was the extent of it, but that would have been overheard by 2 of the jurors.
All right.
May we approach, Judge?
Okay, sure.
That was his boss, right? I think that was his boss, Camilla. The gentleman says, is it too late to testify? That's his boss. His boss then asks, is it too late to testify? Come back. Just want to get some water. So I think that was his boss that said, is it too late to testify? That's the thing, yeah.
It's on his report.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Social is there to complete whatever special. We'll just look at the record and pay what the social media virtually. And then we're going to resubmit to Shannon. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, you were asked on cross-examination as to your decisions relating to calling 911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so when you're saying in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911?
When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you weren't able to call 911
Objection leading.
Sustained to leading.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish-type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
Yes. Originally, she denied it and said...
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what she said.
Okay.
But you confronted her about it?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy. At that point, I questioned her enjoyment of it. It was pretty emotional conversation.
And in fact, were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do?
Objection leading.
What, if any, of those things, why? Were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had. Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. She did many examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. she used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she seemed to look at them relatively often.
Okay, and so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. This is an estimate, I guess, from like 2012 to 2017, 2018.
And the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
I would estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when treatment took place?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And as far as you can tell, were there ever any other incidences where she was involved in something like that?
She had indicated that there was a...
Objection hearsay.
You can't tell what she said.
Okay. I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And were there, how were you alerted to that?
She was frightened of that person.
Objection non-responsive.
Overruled. Next question.
Were there any injuries related to her, relating to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked about, were there injuries?
There was significant bruising to her legs, to her buttocks, to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Now, in terms of your testimony and some of the letters that you wrote there, you, in the letters, contains statements about Juliana being a hero for you.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is you meant by that?
I believe that Joe Ryan was very much still a threat, both to me and Christine, to everyone that was in the house. When he got up and was able to strike me, my weapon was on the floor as well as the knife. So those were both things that he could potentially have had access to. So I view that Juliana's actions potentially saved the rest of us.
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
That she broke up with me?
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together. In February, when Ms. Sands had brought up the messages. She had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay. And you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I'm just talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You can have a seat next to your attorney. Your next witness.
Your Honor, I believe
The remote witness, is that?
they were the room.
All right. So you guys are asking for it. So let's cruise on. Here's his boss. So this is the state's rebuttal. They had a detective up, but I'm not going to go with the detective. Let's go, because we still have to get through closings and then the verdict. So we still have a ways to go.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Thomas Patrick Smith, ThomasPatrick
Thank you. You can pull the mic just a little bit closer to you. Thank you. Do you know Mr. Banfield?
I do.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation, and Mr. Banfield was previously employed with IRS Criminal Investigation at my office in Vienna, Virginia.
Directing your attention to February 23rd and 24th of 2024, in that time period, was he your direct supervisee?
2023?
I'm sorry, 2023.
Yes, on February 24th, 2023, I was the acting supervisory special agent for the Vienna group.
All right, and so did Mr. Banfield report to you?
He did at that time, yes.
All right. Was there anyone else that he reported to during that period of time?
Julia Jones was the permanent supervisory special agent, but she was out of the country, and IRS practice is that someone is designated to be the acting supervisor when the supervisor is unavailable. So in that particular time, I believe I was the acting supervisory special agent from February 15th through February 24th, and Juliet returned on Monday, February 27th.
All right. To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
All right. Leading.
Sure.
Sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
Okay. Mr. Banfield testified that he was meeting with his manager. Is there another person that could have been?
If you go up the management chain, we have an assistant special agent in charge. His name is David Meisenheimer, and we have a special agent in charge, Kareem Carter, and they were both in, I believe, Georgia at the time. Because
and Georgia, the state, not Virginia.
Correct.
Okay. Within your industry, is it commonplace to appear for career? Sure thing.
All right, Christine.
How does one dress in the IRS when they are approaching a business meeting that is imperative for their success and potential promotion?
Well, we could say that when I have important meetings, I dress in a semi-formal or formal, like suit and tie, or at least, nice slacks and a shirt.
Would jeans or tennis shoes be acceptable?
I have never worn jeans or tennis or sneakers or tennis shoes for important meetings.
You have to put your microphone on, Mr. Carroll. What's your objection?
Objection to the relevance of this. He's indicating what he does.
Overruled.
All right, thank you. Did you speak with Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did not.
Okay. Were you surprised that he wasn't there at 8 o'clock?
Again, I was in Baltimore, so I wasn't there, but I was surprised when I received a phone call indicating that Mr. Banfield had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, which, as you would imagine, that triggered many responsibilities as the acting supervisory special agent too.
Understood. Just as a law enforcement professional trained by the IRS, do you share your gun safe code with your family members?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not relevant and is leading.
Sustain the objection.
All right, thank you. Nothing further. Please answer any questions counsel might have for you.
Cross-examining.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. Tell me your name again.
Special Agent T. Patrick Smith.
Okay. And you were, as I understand it, you were the special agent in charge while Juliet Jones was gone out of the country?
No, I was the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay. And so that was something that she put you in charge of, or someone higher than that?
I believe she was able to designate, but you'd have to check for sure. But I'm sure she had upper management approval for who she designated as the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay, so so you said something like what happened where he discharged his firearm and there were 2 people dead. That caused a lot of work for you?
When I was informed by the Fairfax County detective as the acting supervisory special agent, that one of the agents in the group had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, then yes, we had to contact upper management, which I did. We had to process the Treasury Inspector for Tax Administration, which we call TIGTA, is essentially our internal affairs. They have to be notified. They do an investigation to determine if the discharge of the weapon was appropriate.
Okay, I guess my question was it extra work for you?
Was it extra work for me?
Isn't that what you just said to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when this situation arises, it becomes a great deal of work for the person who's the acting special agent?
Well, yes, I had to make several phone calls. I had many conversations with people that I would not have had if there hadn't been.
Okay. Now, did the Fairfax County Police know that you were the acting special agent in charge?
I can't really speak what the Fairfax County Police knew, but I did speak with a detective from Fairfax County Police.
Who was the detective you spoke to?
I don't recall the detective's name.
Did you ask him his name?
I knew it at the time. As we speak now, I don't recall.
So there was no report that to the people that you called and people that you told about
Objection
this?
calls for speculation.
Overruled, if you can answer it.
There was no report that you created to talk about this situation, which made a lot of work for you, where you would put in the detective's name?
I definitely provided that information to upper management, and if I could access my emails, I'm sure that's in there.
So in your capacity, did you stay within the Vienna office after that when Juliet Jones came back?
Did I stay?
Yeah, were you still in the Vienna office when Juliet
I currently am still in the Vienna office.
Okay, so from that time until now, you're still in the Vienna office?
Yes, that's my permanent post of duty. I was there before that day as well.
Now, there were 6 people that were interviewed relating to TICTA interviews. Actually, I'm sorry, there were 8 people that were interviewed. Do you know the name David Meisenheimer?
Yes, he was the assistant special agent in charge.
Were you aware that he was interviewed by Detective Vesser of Fairfax County?
I don't.
Okay.
Necessarily know, but.
Do you know Lawrence Flagg?
I do. He's another agent who was assigned to the Vienna POD on that time.
Okay, and were you aware that he was interviewed as well by Detective Vesser?
I believe he told me he was interviewed. I don't know. He disclosed the name of the detective.
Now, do you have team assignments in terms of the IRS?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there someone named Carrillo that has a team in the Vienna office?
Carrillo?
Yes.
I don't recognize the name. Can you spell it? Maybe it's the pronunciation.
Carrillo.
I don't recognize that name.
Okay. Would it surprise you that Juliet Jones, who actually wasn't even there on that day, was interviewed by the Fairfax County Police Detective Vesser?
It would not surprise me that Juliet Jones was interviewed. She was the supervisory special agent.
Now, Detective Carter from the Fairfax County Police, did you have contact with him?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, there were interviews conducted by him to Bernarda Jackson, special agent.
Objection. Counsel's testifying. He needs to ask a question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Bernarda Jackson is another agent in the group, yes.
Okay. And did you know that she was interviewed relating to my client's case?
I can't recall if she told me that or not.
Okay. How about Richard Daniels, who was a special agent?
He's another.
You know that Detective Carter had interviewed him about my client's case?
I think Special Agent Daniels did mention that, yes.
Okay. And Philip Hammond, do you know that person?
Yes, I know Special Agent Hammond.
And did you know that he was interviewed by Fairfax County Police Detective Carter relating to my client's case?
I believe he also told me he'd been interviewed, yes.
Okay, so you knew about that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you heard all these other people were being interviewed, did you ever say, well, hold on, I was the special agent in charge for a period of February 13th to February 24th.
February 15th.
February 15th to February 24th. You didn't raise your hand and say, what about me?
I did.
And so they chose not to interview you?
I'm not exactly sure what happened, but okay. I was out of town the week that the interviews took place in our office.
Oh, so you're aware of these interviews. What week did that occur?
I'd have to look at my calendar. My best guess, things like you have it, is March 2024.
Okay. How about Detective Lynch from Fairfax County interviewing Justin Williams, a special agent?
Justin Williams is another agent in the group.
Did you know he was interviewed?
I think he told me he was.
Okay. And these would have been, other than Juliet Jones, these would have been people who were subordinate to you, correct?
At the time I was acting supervisory special agent, technically, yes. I mean, I view them as coworkers who are all special agents.
Okay, so you're all on the same line unless you get dubbed the acting special agent?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, Kevin Farley, do you know him?
I do. He's another agent in the group.
Okay. And the interviews that were conducted were relating to relationships of Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Marriage problems with Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Rumors that were going around in the IRS. Did you hear about that?
What rumors?
In the context of these interviews.
they were being asked if there were rumors.
I have no recollection of being told of that, no.
They were talked to, the individuals were all spoken to about schedules that occurred in the Vienna office. Did you know about that?
An interview that I was not present at, I don't know what was discussed.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, you were the special agent in charge.
I was not when these interviews
Objection,
occurred.
argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Now, there was discussions in these interviews about the types of cases that everybody worked.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you know what these interviews were about?
I do not know what occurred in an interview I was not present at, no.
Okay. So you were there and for 2 weeks in that capacity, correct? 15th to the 24th.
Again, I was acting supervisory special agent for the Group 1 of the Washington, D.C. field office from February 15th, 2023 to February 24th, 2023.
Okay. And in that, you're coming in here to this courtroom in that capacity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that, I guess, there are issues with that you would dress a certain way. Is that right? When you're going to the office?
Are you asking me how I dress when I go to the office?
Well, no, you've already testified to that, but you're here testifying, and one of the things that you've said is that you dress in a different way than what was described of my client when he was going to the office on February 24th.
That is correct.
Okay, and you indicated you were in an undercover operation, correct?
I was assisting with an unrelated undercover operation in Baltimore, Maryland.
And undercover operations have its own command staff outside of the Vienna office, isn't that right?
I don't know that I would characterize it like that.
Okay. Are there undercover command staff that handle undercover operations that aren't in the people that I just listed off to you that were interviewed?
I'm unclear in your terminology, but yes, there are people who, we have a whole special investigative techniques group that's involved with undercover operations.
And they would be the people that if you have an undercover operation and you're talking to an undercover person, that you would be working with them, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay. In your undercover operations, when you're interviewing an undercover operative, do you into the office to talk?
I don't interview undercover agents. I'm confused. I'm a lead tech agent for the Washington, D.C. field office. So the traditional undercover operation where they get wired up and they have equipment and they're covertly recorded, that is my job. So I'm involved with that and then preserving for the chain of custody the evidence that's obtained during that meeting.
What about undercover operations that deal with other issues, relating to IRS criminal investigations?
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think the question makes any sense.
If you want to rephrase.
What about undercover operations that would deal with specific areas of criminal fraud? How are they handled?
I've only been involved with undercover operations conducted by IRS criminal investigation.
Okay.
And they've virtually all involved fraud. So.
And so the undercover operations that other people do, are they different than what you're within the IRS?
Judge, objection is to relevance. I'm not sure where we're going with this at this point.
I'm just trying to get to the background, get to his background, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, sir, would you have known where Lawrence Flagg was on the 24th of February, 2023?
I do because he told me.
Okay, were you keeping track of him otherwise?
Yes, we were in regular contact throughout that day.
Okay, and that was because of the incident that occurred at the Banfield house, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the incident happening, would you have been in contact with Lawrence Flagg on a regular basis?
Can you define regular basis?
Well, you tell me. How often do you have contact with him?
He's an agent in the group. As a regular agent in the group, I would see him probably whenever we were both in the office. As a supervisor, I would have contact with him as needed.
And so how many times did you have contact with him as a supervisor during that week?
I cannot recall the days before February 24th, 2023, but on February 24th, 2023, I had many phone conversations with Lawrence Flagg.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, just for clarification, was Lawrence Flagg Mr. Banfield's supervisor?
No.
Okay, and Mr. Banfield testified that he had a scheduled meeting with his manager. That would have been yourself or Juliet Jones, is that correct?
Those are the only two people that have been his manager, yes.
Okay, and she was out of the country, and you were in Baltimore and not planning on meeting him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Judge, may I ask one more question?
No, sir. You're done. All right, you're free to go, sir. All right. Your next witness.
All right, so that was his boss, and let's get to state's closing. Let's get over to state's closing, and then we can get to the verdict. That's the boss who's like, wait, is it too late for me to testify?
Okay. Good morning.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going to do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you. The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision. I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for one of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex. But you have zero evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Lidsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was one scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are in the home. Is it at all plausible that this woman wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first? Because they wanted to talk on the phone? Because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face? Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, a photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There are so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine, it was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Daly-Graf told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang-up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02, 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Daly-Graf's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Dallygraph walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15. They have provided no explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping. Next. For that matter, you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you are to believe Mr. Banfield? There's been no explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been no explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us why a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion? Brendan told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. And then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield. Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe. It wasn't by Christine. And according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalis colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years, as we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concert of action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Perez Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight. But that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations, but at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. I'm sorry,
you.
Closing arguments?
Sharon, may I bring a bottle of water up in front of the...
You can.
Thank you.
I just need to get the microphone.
It's on. Yeah, it's in something.
But I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient.
I'm sorry.
Is that better, Your Honor?
Just a little further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I do I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process, and so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution. They didn't have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, and this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells, yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't there fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about? We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility? I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision. In looking at the scene, you'll notice in the body cam video that you're going to be reviewing, there's a point when first responders come in and you see Brendan kneeling down next to his wife, rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday, he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is. And he also indicates to you in his testimony yesterday that he moves the knife away from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client put the gun for the first responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting, you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as someone who's hostile. He puts it to the corner of the bed, and the questions that remain were, did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and now would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the most main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sand says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. We don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. This is about the truth. In the beginning, you heard our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times, and you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it, and he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Perez Magalhaes' statement. Excuse me one second. So there, number one, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias, or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing, about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go, is the evidence leads you where you're going to go. But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the two people in command staff, actually the three people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from from Mr. Bruch, formerly Deputy Chief Bruch, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data, though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show your work? Well, we talked about it quite often, but did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giacchio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Perez Magalhães changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giacchio, saying there's different ways, there are three different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is to Sergeant Ames. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of, essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhães. So that's twice now. Two different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product, that's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence, they're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth. and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say, that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that. Not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him, and they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Perez Magalhaes, he would have been able to guide them in terms of this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting Brendan Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Perez Magalhaes provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times. But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down, you're going to be able to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Perez Magalhaes managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce, "That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here." He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex. Juliana told the same story to you here in court, and it's a lie. The account wasn't created with Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife. And then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear, and without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her. This one event relating to digital forensics is reasonable doubt, because every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. The catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're going to do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see, based upon the records relating to January 23rd, There was only one adult in the home at that time, and that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there are 2 Gmail logins. 10:36 and 11:03. Exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there are 2 adults in the house. Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. Digital forensics, oftentimes, for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into, trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. It's been presented to you. You can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner, based upon his E-ZPass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Perez Magalhaes, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 2:17, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing. 2 possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided both to Juliana Perez Magalhaes as well as my client in preparation for her trial. FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly, she said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No. We were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations here. She was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. And it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if you testify against him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media at first to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's going to try to write letters. She's going to try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so, where's the downside for her? Where's the downside for her? I mean, there are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asks for a continuance, and oddly enough, he was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested on his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So, sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, fantastic. We got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. Well, you heard the test. I mean, this gentleman from Vinylite Windows came in. They trotted him up there, and he said, "Yeah, you know, we met in January. That was when we first talked about this, and it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows, and then you saw an artifact on Facebook that." Is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021. So this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, you know, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies, and the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment. Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act. Why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications, and you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, you want to do as few things that can get you caught. So what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Perez Magalhaes adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users. Why? If Joe's already coming, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Perez Magalhaes is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange, and the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, well, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan. She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said, the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it, we saw it from her letters, and now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. In talking about the blood work and the blood testimony, it was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife. And if you look at the knife, it's described in the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement. And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say, Ryan has the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Testimony by Ms. Groff and the ME indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side under the shoulder blade by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured, but he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him. That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what Ms. Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. In fact, poor officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now, he was brought up to introduce his video and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, you know, in a trance from what he was just involved with, and he was walking around with blood all over his hand. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brennan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement, and frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this.
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give him a chance to
probably about another half hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time and do not do any outside research.
Ladies and gentlemen, we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And what was an interesting moment in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI report, which is number 169, you'll see in that report they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of the reasons why they went to a private lab to try to do that, and it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. That it contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that. It was consistent with the knife, Dr. Kessler said, and it was consistent with the self-wounding that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that, and she was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or sliding or something like that. What we were looking for, and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you, is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm, you don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. One might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client, though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify, and he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Perez Magalhaes are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm on Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans, the small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff. Brendan sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling at Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. They deleted the two-factor authentication code, but the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And and this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram, shows up right underneath a message from Brad of Inova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at Inova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. Inconsistent with catfishing and consistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd. We saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, you know, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall, his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise, and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie, and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room, and this is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake and not out of bed based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Litsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed. What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. Juliana Perez Magalhaes' first steps at 6:26. Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Perez starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are timestamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense Exhibit number 358. Defense Exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logs into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying, "Police." That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client, who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and they would be questions that you would want to know. Because you have a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable? You heard from my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit. They're trying to sell you a story without any facts, and we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case. And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you. I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And I leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument. Switch over the mic again, Mr. Kern.
Just a couple of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wish it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth, and the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Frissler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, what, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she gonna work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? Really? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's gonna give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support?
Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the...
All right, quick, concise. Yeah, she just has so much energy, and again, you shouldn't be swayed by emotion, but from what I saw, I thought it was a pretty good case presented. All right, let's get to the verdict. It took them 9 hours over 2 days. Hello, Super Ball cruise by there. So 9 hours over 2 days, roughly 9 hours. All right, so let's get to it.
Please be seated and come to order. Do you swear affirm to accurately take and transcribe the proceedings in this case to the best of your ability under penalty of law? Thank you.
All right. I understand. You can be seated. Thank you. I understand we have a verdict. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that I cannot tolerate any outbursts in the courtroom at the time of the verdict reading, please. Thank you. All right, and juror number 9, you were the foreperson in this case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and are these the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, it is.
And are they unanimous?
Yes, it is.
I'd like the jury polled.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 2? Yes. Juror number 5?
Yes.
Juror number 9?
Yes.
Juror number 10?
Yes.
Juror number 12?
Yes.
Juror number 19?
Yes.
Juror number 22?
Yes.
Juror number 25?
Yes.
Juror number 28?
Yes.
Juror number 32?
Yes.
Juror number 34?
Yes.
Juror number 37.
Room for one more time, and I'll be back there in a few minutes just to talk to you before you leave, okay? All right, so you're excused to the jury room. Thank you. Mr. Banfield, in accordance with the jury verdict, I do find you guilty of aggravated murder on count 1 of 2024-666, and also count 4 of 2024-666, and count 5, commission of a felony with a firearm of 2024-666. Also, on count 1 of 873 of child endangerment, I do find you guilty as found by the jury. Do you wish to have a pre-sentence investigation report, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report for this case. What date did you want to set this for?
I don't know what dates you would have available.
I could set it for, do you plan to have victim impact statements, I
Yes, ma'am.
assume, and testimony? I mean, I could put it on, well, any day before July 1st.
Understood.
I'm retired then, so let's pick, is April far enough for you, Mr. Carroll?
Your Honor, may I just look at my schedule?
Sure.
Would there be a particular date?
April 17th is my sentencing day.
Okay.
Judge, that is the one day in April we would not.
Can't do, okay. Well, we can make it a different date in April. I mean, I do have March 20th, but that might be too quick.
And April 17th doesn't work for the company?
No, but if you don't want to go to, I mean, we could go to May 8th. I have May 8th available, or I could make it any Friday that you want to go to in April, if that's too far for you, Mr. Carroll.
May 8th is available, Judge. It's only 2 weeks away from April 17th.
Okay, May 8th?
That's fine.
Tomorrow we're going to play Julianne Mangalese, Magnesium. Sorry, whatever your last name is. I know I'm just not being flippant, but I heard so many different versions of how to pronounce it. So I'm not even sure how to pronounce it. Camilla, you know how to pronounce it, but I have no clue. All right. So yeah, May is going to be busy. May is going to be a busy month for us. Aside from just doing regular straight up trials, we're going to have 3 sentencings. So anyway, all right. So here's a press conference. This is about 10 minutes long, and then that'll be it. Then we'll be done for the day, and then we'll do Juliana tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Presser.
First of all, guys, I just want to say thank you very much for covering this case dutifully and respectfully. There were obviously a lot of salacious details in this case that caused it to get a lot of attention. But at the end of the day, this case is about 2 people, 2 neighbors of ours that were murdered almost 3 years ago here in Fairfax County. We take that very, very seriously. And to start off, I just want to thank the great detectives of the Fairfax County Police Department that put in yeoman's work to get this case here. I also want to thank the people in my office that put in hours during the last couple of years, not least of which are the 3 people standing behind me, Sylvia Villanueva, Kelly Sprisler and Jenna Sands. You all saw how complicated this case was. A lot of digital evidence, a lot of forensic evidence, and this team behind me put it together in a way that a jury could understand, and they did it with professionalism and skill, the type that you will only see in a modern prosecutor's office like that we have here in Fairfax County. So at the end of the day, I am very, very pleased that we are able to stand here successfully having gotten justice for Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield. So who has questions?
See, how would you describe someone who would not only carry out these murders, but make up a story like he did, and then get on the witness stand and tell it again?
It's monstrous. I mean, that's really what it is. It's monstrous. I mean, we are the safest jurisdiction, safest large jurisdiction anywhere in America, meaning we don't have a lot of homicides, but I've been doing this job for a while, and I can tell you that this defendant stood out to me highest above all the other murder cases that we've done in my 6 years here.
Steve, in Juliana's proffer, there were, obviously that was 4 hours long, there was a lot of details, and there was a lot that your office chose maybe not to get into. Talk about what you wanted to highlight for this jury, what you thought was needed to successfully prosecute this case, and maybe some things that you chose not to introduce as evidence. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot in this case. There were a lot of rabbit holes to run down. We knew two things going into this case. The case was about the blood. This case was always going to be in the blood. You heard it right from Jenna's opening statement. This case was about the blood. We knew that before we even charged this case. The second thing is we want it to be surgical. We want it to be in, we want it to be out. We didn't need to go through every single little thing. We didn't want to confuse the jury. We didn't want to burden them, and we didn't want to put them to sleep. What we really wanted is we wanted the high level stuff, and you saw that. You saw us focus on the blood. You saw us use Juliana or have Juliana come up there to give flavor to what happened in that room, and then we used the blood, we used the digital forensics, we used everything else to support that and give flavor to that. So I think we asked for 4 weeks, but as we got into this trial, we realized that we could do it much quicker and much more effectively than if we took all 4.
How important was Juliana's testimony? You have the defense saying she has always maintained backing up Brendan Banfield until the very last minute here, and almost saying that you guys were too tunnel focused. Without Juliana's proffer, I mean, do you think we could have gone to this result?
I think we can. As a matter of fact, we were planning for it. If you take a look at the timeline of the case, we did not authorize charges against Brendan Banfield until after we got the blood analysis done. That is what we were waiting for. And it wasn't until 2 months after we got the blood and we indicted Brendan for these crimes that Juliana decided to proffer and cooperate with us. So we had planned to go forward with just the blood evidence and everything else, and we felt that even with that, we could have put this case on. Now, of course, as a prosecutor, if you have somebody in the room and they want to proffer, they want to turn state's evidence, you're not going to turn that down. You're going to investigate that. We did that proffer. She told us some things that we had not known. We did check on her story. We felt confident in that story, confident enough to offer her the plea deal that we gave her and put her on the stand as part of our case in chief.
Can I ask Jenna a quick question?
Just briefly.
Yeah, let me get to Drew and then I'll...
Did you get an opportunity to talk to Mr. Ryan and Christine's family, or what did you say to them?
I had before. I did not get a chance to today, and I'm always very hesitant to speak for the victims' families. I know that it was a very, very emotional day. I imagine that maybe we'll be speaking again in the future, but I hope that this verdict gives them some sense of peace and puts them somewhere on the path towards healing after this tragic homicide.
And what's your message to Banfield's daughter?
I'm sorry?
What's your message to Banfield's daughter?
God, I mean, what do you say to a child in that situation? I don't know if I have a message for her, but I have a hope for her. I have a hope that she spends the rest of her life with people who love her and know that there were people in this world who loved her. And I hope that she always carries that in her heart. Now, Bob, you had a question for Jenna?
Yeah, Jenna.
Yeah, sure.
Take us through the strategy. It was talked about during the trial of arresting her first to get to him.
Sure. Well, there was originally a belief that was born pretty early in the investigation that she was an accomplice of Mr. Banfield's, that there was a plan. As our detectives uncovered more evidence that supported the possibility of the plan, the idea was formed to arrest her based on the evidence that we knew we had, because it would be a successful prosecution, but also with the hope that she would end up seeing the light and coming to us with her story. It was something that we obviously had to wait quite a while for, and to be honest, had given up on at the time that we charged Mr. Banfield. We weren't going to wait anymore. We were providing her with the discovery that she needed to be able to defend herself in her case, and so there was no expectation that she would turn. It was just really happenstance that we were reached out to by her counsel that she was finally ready to talk.
And you mentioned in your closing face to face.
Sorry, say again.
What was that like? You had the chance to question him finally on the stand face to face. How do you describe him?
I think that everyone has commented on what was so obvious, that he was not truthful, that he was cold, that he behaved oddly in response to questions that should have elicited emotion, that he never spoke of himself as Christine's husband, that he didn't speak lovingly of his wife, that he showed absolutely no human emotion that we expected to see of someone in his position.
You mentioned your closing.
You took this stand, and how do you prepare for?
Sorry.
You mentioned your closing how he wanted to be with Juliana, and hence the possible motive here. Outside of that, is there anything else as far as why he would commit this?
You know, it's really challenging to try to put yourself in someone like Mr. Banfield's mind, and I don't know that I want to try that hard, to be completely honest. I think that he was obviously hoping for a life with Juliana, and he didn't see a way to accomplish that without executing his wife.
Are you surprised that Brendan took the stand? Do you believe that actually helped your case a little bit?
Yes. I, having been a defense attorney for years, I think I would have counseled against him taking the stand, but, Mr. Carroll didn't have a lot to work with, and at the end of the day, if his client wanted to testify, he had the absolute right to do so.
What was the thinking behind giving Juliana such a sweetheart deal?
So I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a sweetheart deal. She does face 10 years in prison. That has not yet been determined. It is obviously a reduction, and it is certainly reflective of her cooperation. But in order to encourage her to tell the truth, there had to be something. I think that the agreement that she entered into will hopefully allow for the judge to pass judgment on her in a way that is measurable. It will certainly never account for the lives that she was responsible for taking, but I think that the amount of time that she'll serve will be determined by Judge Azcarate, and I'm sure it will be appropriate.
So she hasn't agreed to your recommendation?
Correct. The judge is free to sentence her as she chooses within the statutory limitations.
But it's 10 years, even the max is still a gift, right, for someone who's plotted and set up Christine and Joe Ryan. And there's a lot of violence in this murder.
That is absolutely true.
Thank you, Jenna. I also wanted to add to this. You guys have access to Jenna if you have more questions for her. But no, I think it's really, really important that we don't characterize this as a quote-unquote sweetheart deal. This is the work of being a prosecutor. She still is taking accountability for homicides. When you take a look at what the relative culpability is, I think that where we have landed is appropriate. And quite frankly, Juliana, by testifying, answered a lot of questions, not only for us, but for the jury. Let's not forget how important her testimony may have been to some of those jurors. So her still facing up to 10 years in prison is very, very significant and well worth the cost to make sure that Brendan Banfield was convicted for a crime where it is a mandatory life sentence. As the law is written right now, Brendan Banfield will not walk free for the rest of his natural life.
Steve, is there anything else that a lot of times evidence does not get into a trial? What else should people know about this guy?
Oh, you're right.
That you were not able to present to the jury that had convinced you guys he was guilty.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but for us, the evidence spoke volumes. We got our evidence in, what we thought was important, and I think that, in many ways, we're proud that we let the evidence speak for itself. So there's not really a lot of things that were outside the purview of the jury that led us to some kind of conclusion about what he did or what he did not do. We take a lot of pride, and we know the police take a lot of pride in following the evidence wherever it leads.
What do you hope Brendan Banfield is sitting in there thinking about right now?
I've always, I've been a prosecutor for almost 15 years now, and I think about what goes through somebody's mind after they've been found guilty. And, quite frankly, my hope with this is that he realizes he didn't get away with it. And I know that sounds cliche, but I think through the evidence you can see a lot of things that he set up trying to get away with it, thinking that he was going to beat the system, trying to outsmart everybody. I hope he thinks that, and most of all, though, I hope he thinks about his wife and Joe and about what a heinous thing he did, because that's something that he is rightfully going to have to live with for the rest of his life. Any other? Yes, please.
I was just wondering, the relatives
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, were the relatives there also related to Joe?
Or any Ryan relatives?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. They weren't here today, but they have been in the courtroom.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Steve, rare to have cameras in the courtroom here in Virginia, particularly in a criminal case. A whole big part of the world watching this. What do you hope the takeaway is for people who've been watching this incredibly salacious story here in our neighborhood? What do you hope the takeaway is for all these people that have been watching this play out?
Yeah, that's a great question, Drew. I think there are a couple takeaways that I hope they come away with. First of all, trials and this world, it's not law and order. It doesn't happen in half an hour. It's not black and white. There's a lot of work that goes into it. There's a lot of nuance. So I want them to understand what this work is. But I think the one thing I want people in this community to take away from is they got to see their justice system in action, right? They don't have to read about it, they get to see it. And I hope what they saw is a modern professional prosecutor's office doing a job with a very, very difficult case. I mean, the forensics, the blood, all of these things are very, very difficult to parse, to talk about, to explain to a jury. And the team behind me, quite frankly, they made it look easy. And I think that really speaks to the level of professionalism, not only in the prosecutor's office, but with the courts generally, as well as the investigation of the county police department, which is top notch.
Steve, how about cameras in the courtroom all the time?
Oh my God, I love it. I honestly, I would not be opposed. We are proud of the work that we do here as a law enforcement apparatus in Fairfax County. We have nothing to hide. I would love everybody to see every one of our trials and see what goes into the decision making. We do almost 20,000 cases a year. And for people to really understand the nuance and how we agonize over a lot of these decisions to try to do justice, I think that would be great for this community to see.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Yes.
Sorry. The plan was very out of the normal realm, or very extraordinary. Did you ever get any sense as to how this plan came about? Do you have any? Seriously, that's what most of people are asking, right?
I say it might be glib, but you if you watch the trial, you might have been able to see it. But in all seriousness, no. We just have the evidence, and quite frankly, our job is to follow the evidence. And we heard what Juliana said. We heard what Brendan said. Those are our clues into what happened. But at the end of the day, we presented the evidence to the jury. And we're just very, very pleased that we're able to stand here knowing that we got justice for Joe and Christine.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, guys. Yeah.
Guys, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for sticking
County
it out.
Commonwealth
all day
Attorney
today.
Steve Descano, who talked about these crimes that we have been hearing about for the past few weeks.
All right. I thought that was Joe Ryan's mom, but I guess not, because I'm looking at a thumbnail and it kind of looks like her, but I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure that was her or not. All right, you guys, that's it. That puts a pin in Brendan's part of this sordid tale. And tomorrow we'll do Juliana's. Right? Is it Juliana? I got to change this. We'll change it up. It's going to be Juliana's. Her part and her portion. So we have her testimony on his trial, and then I'll try and find, I don't know if she hasn't been sentenced yet. I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll find that out. We'll find that out for you guys. All right, so we're going to wrap it up here. 8:45 tomorrow, 8:45 a.m. Eastern, we're going to start, and it should be about a 6-hour stream. We're hoping to be done around 3:30, and then we're going to start Orion's Homecoming. We got Splashdown coming in, so we're going to start that around 4. So hopefully you guys will join us for that as well. So thanks for spending your day with us. Really appreciate it. Hit the like button if you haven't already on your way out. Hit the notification bell. That way you guys can get notified when we do go live. You can always check our social media accounts, X, Facebook, Blue Sky, Patreon. You can join on Patreon as well. And or just go to our YouTube channel if you are interested in just seeing when we're streaming next. So thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Let's see. Grampy, I had Super Ball was here. Super Ball was with me like all afternoon, then she just took off. Yeah, Super Ball's in the other room. So I can leave you with Riker, though. Riker's here. Riker's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Oh, get a little lick. Yeah, it's my good girl. All right, got a little Riker there. All right, have a good night, guys, and we will see you. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Do something to shake the negativity of the day. Sometimes these trials get a little emotional, and just want to make sure you guys are taking care of your health. So take care of yourselves for sure, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.